se riuscirà.
Full screen, it's Control L.
Ah, L, ok.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Sorry for technical issues. As we are a little bit late, so I think we move about 10 minutes all the presentations. I'm very glad to introduce this last session of the conference, which is my favorite part of the conference, because it delves into the creator's view of a subject, which is phenomenon of synthesis this year. And let's start with the first presentation, and let me introduce Fabrizio Nastari from Academy of Music and Theatre in Tallinn. And yes, let's start.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm Fabrizio, Italian composer, mainly. Today I would like to talk about the creative process and how can we analyze and try to understand how we work. So the main focus will be on the creative process, and the theoretical part is about the borrowing actions, that is a musical field, autoethnography as a method, and some concepts of the philosophy of Deleuze and Guattari. And then there is this personal interest, because of course it's only my own interest, about the concept of irony that I will try to explain briefly. And what I would like to do is to try to find a way to be aware of all the elements that influence our creative process. I like to start with this quotation by Eco. Those who write, those who paint or sculpture, compose music, always know what they are doing and how much it costs them. They know they have to solve a problem. The author should not interpret, however, they can explain why and how they wrote. It may be that the initial data are obscure, impulsive, obsessive, nothing more than a desire or a memory. But then the problem is resolved at the drawing board by questioning the material being worked on. Material that exhibits its own natural laws, but at the same time carries with it the memory of the culture with which it is imbued. So I highlighted these three words, concepts, because these are the concepts that I'm trying to address today. So basically, yes, we as artists, we have a problem, not only personal problem, I mean artistical problem. It can be technical problem, aesthetical problem, whatever you want, but we have something to investigate somehow. So yeah, maybe by intuition we start to have ideas, but then the problem is resolved at the drawing board. So we sit on the table. There is a technical part, a practical part, and how we question the material is an important question, I think. And then by questioning this material, we can trace the origin of the material, the roots of the material. That can be personal or it can be cultural, but I think we need to understand what are the roots and what is the path of every material that we have. So I started from the genetic critique. Here are just three names, and of course the Deppmann and Donin are really genetic critique, but Edgar Allan Poe it isn't actually. But we can say somehow that he inspired this genetic critique, because he wrote these very short essays, like 20 pages essay, The Philosophy of Composition, and Ravel said that is the finest treatise on composition, and I agree. Basically, Edgar Allan Poe tries to explain step by step how he composed the poem The Raven. So he explained why he chose the raven, why he chose that structure, why he chose that rhymes, everything. Although he admits that there is some part of intuition in his work. But anyway, he explained everything in these 20 pages. And so the genetic critique, what they want to do is to understand every step of the creative process. And so Edgar Allan Poe gave the inspiration for this. In order to do this, as a composer, I applied this method of autoethnography. This is a book by Chang, and these are just few questions because the book is full of exercises and questions, so you can find any kind of exercise. But you see there are some words like cultural baggage, identity, this kind of things. So these kind of exercises help you to find what inspires you, what is your culture, what is your society, many things. And it's very personal, so I'm not going to share anything. Just small things during the presentation, I can say something. And another important aspect was that I found the musical field of borrowing actions that is quite recent because it's born like in 1994, if I remember correctly, with this book by Burkholder. Borrowing action is a composition practice. I'm not going to give examples because I think every one of us can think about some quotation, some allusion, some parody in music from medieval times to contemporary music. What is very important is this middle line that borrowing existing material is an act that conveys meaning. So it means that it's a conscious act, is something that we want to do. And this other quotation, once the borrowing is evoked, the exchange between the original and new work central to cultural agency begins. That exchange, of course, can start only if the listener can recognize the quotation. So we introduce here the listener element, which actually I'm not going to analyze because it's completely another issue. But it's important to underline that when we borrow something, we want to say something. We probably want to reflect on the material that you are borrowing. We want to say something of that material. We want to reflect at least on the material. This is also here there is many questions that Burkholder suggests in order to analyze the borrowing action. This is just one example. But you can see that we can borrow not only the melody, we can borrow a texture, we can borrow a gesture, a rhythmic figure, instrumental color, so we can borrow anything, okay? Anything can have a meaning for us, if not for the community. Then I found in this philosophical concept very interesting way of looking at the musical work, because you see the concept of assemblage, for instance, can be seen as a musical work because it's a complex conglomerate of things and intensities. And this word intensities is very important because it means that the assemblage or the musical work is not still, is continually moving, because it depends on on the context, on the people who is playing the music, people who is listening. So it's not something still. Then the concept of repetition, that of course in music we always have some kind of repetition, but here is more general. And Deleuze says that the most mechanical, banal, habitual, stereotyped repetition finds a place in works of art. This is because, to put it simply, when we repeat something, the context is different, and so we are creating some kind of difference in repeating that. And in that difference, we can create art or understand the repetition as a work of art. Then, of course, we are opening maybe many things. I'm trying to stay focused on our situation. The concept of deterritorialization is when we take an element that is part of an assemblage, so of a musical work, we detach this element and we plug this element in another assemblage. So you can think in the musical terms, the borrowing action actually. We choose a musical material, we detach from the original musical material and we put it in the new musical work. But there is also this concept related to deterritorialization, the relation of exteriority, that implies a certain autonomy for the terms they relate. It implies that the relation may change without the terms changing. So when we move these elements, we are moving not only the elements, but only the relations of these elements. So the meaning of this element in its original work, we are bring all the meanings and all the relations to the new musical works, and then we are changing the relations. So we need to know the origin of the musical material and the new musical material. Then there is this personal part that I'm really interested in the concept of irony, and is a very complex concept because it's very personal, it's very contextual. But I found this definition very close to mine, I think. It's existential irony is a mode of consciousness, an all-encompassing vision of life that positively accepts the contradiction of reality. So it's a way to look at the world and also a way to look at the music. And then very important, the last one, because it's again Deleuze, so it reconnects to the repetition concept. Because when we repeat something, we are repeating also some kind of rules, some kind of convention. But for Deleuze, when we use irony, it's a way to overturn the law. So it's a way to repeat something but changing the law, the rule, the convention that we are repeating. So irony is a very powerful tool in this sense. So I try to develop this kind of diagram that is not finished, it's just something I wanted to show. You see there are many moments in which there is the interpretation. So it's a very complex, because when we talk about interpretation, of course, we open so many problems. So I did another very easy diagram that it's only for me when I compose, because ironies could be me or the artist, the composer. The object is what I am interested in. Inside a sociocultural context, this situation triggers the creative process, and we have the musical work. This is something that I use while I compose, so inside the boxes I can write whatever I want and I can erase whatever I want. So it's something that helps me to take trace of everything I do during the composition process. I talk now about my composition. This is the title, is a composition from 2021, I think. We were during COVID time. And it's for two performers, guitar and flute, but they also play electric guitar, bass flute, congas, harmonium, many things. It's a 35 minutes piece. And you see here is the final version of the diagram. So this was the concept I was interested, true, false, and fake. And so in this case it's very poetic, philosophical, I don't know, but something very general. And this is how I wanted to investigate the problem. So with the theatrical gestures, timbrical aspects, and with recognizable melodies. And this was the context. So I had one performer was Italian. This was important because I made quotation of Italian music. Two people, these two people, Ennio Morricone and Luigi Proietti, dead. They were very important in Rome, not only in Italy. And COVID time. This is very important because it means that we had 1 week alone in the theater, and it's very precious time. We could rehearse as many hours as we want. And so yeah, this is just the final look. So in the piece, the pre-existing material I chose was the theme by Morricone's The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, and this Stornello, which is a folk song from Rome. Maybe we can try to listen to it. Maybe.
Tagliate tacco, tagliate punta, quanto è buona la sora assunta, tira lo spaghetti, tira la sega, buonasera, buonasera.
Okay. And you see this movement in the bass by fourth is in common with the fourth of the Morricone's theme. So I have something in common between the two elements. And then I developed these triplets in this scale, just because I like to have this scale. There are no other reasons. And then I started to compose this 35 minutes long piece, and I decided that I want to go from very clear quotation to very unclear quotation. So to have this small transformation. And then from acoustic to electronic sound also. This is this page. Also this moment with the harmonium, where I introduce some microtones. The electric guitar is tuned with the microtones. This page, I don't know where. You can hear the microphones. This part. crescendo towards the end with all the microtones possible. So in short, what I did was that I started with some clear quotation of the musical material, which Burkholder defines as the incorporation of a relatively brief segment of existing music in another work. And through an alienation process, I changed the musical material until it's impossible to recognize, so it becomes an allusion, which is a reference in a musical work to another work or to a style or convention. So basically, the composition, I think, is the synthesis of all the cognitive process that comes before. So in order to work better, at least this is what I felt, I need to be aware of all the elements that comes together when I compose. So I also want to know why some material are inspiring for me, why some material are important for me. But what I need now is a methodology to describe the compositional synthesis, because other than describe the composition itself, I don't find anything more useful, but maybe there is. The diagrams I showed you is limited still, so I will try to work on. There is this concept of strata by De Assis, which tries to analyze composition, as I showed you, with a lot of elements all together. So De Assis tries to merge in the analysis also the history of the composer, the social context, all these kind of things, but maybe it's too much for a composer when he needs just to write a piece. What is very useful, I think, is this verbalization process, which is not only what we are doing here today, because verbalization, I think, is also to write on a piece of paper very precisely what we do, and to make other people read what we write on paper. Because when we write, when we talk, we can talk with metaphors and in a poetic way. But when we write, it's more complex, and it was very useful for me to write down exactly what I do step by step when I compose. So this is the bibliography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio, for your very interesting paper. Are there any questions from the audience?
For the YouTubers, thank you very much. Very interesting. First, a quick comment. Very relevant to the aesthetics we're maybe discussing in general here, but this detatorialization could really work well with sampling in hip-hop as a context that the students could imply. So this is very, very useful in that sense. So the actual question is about irony. It's a bit conceptual, but maybe we'll have, it was at some point you said like irony becomes, breaks the rule, or is there a point nowadays, especially in current times, where irony is the rule? Thank you.
Yeah. There is this other very interesting field of research. This about the memes that we have on internet. So we are the culture of memes. And yes, it's a problem, but irony, yeah, as you put it, yes, but irony is a way to break the rule. So if irony becomes the rule, maybe we can ironize the irony. I don't know. Now it's a big problem for me, I don't know, but maybe, I don't know.
It's just a very practical question. I was wondering what your microtonal tuning was for the guitar.
Here.
So they're quarter tones, right?
Sorry?
They're quarter tones.
Cold songs?
Quarter tones.
Yeah, quarter tone.
Okay.
Fabrizio, thank you so much for your presentation. You kind of like, when you started, I'm like, framework this, framework that. And then when you talked about how one's composer's identity offers opportunity for creation. And I'm like, oh, I'm not sure what it means. But then you call yourself ironist. And then I heard your music. I'm like, okay, so you are an ironist, I think, probably innately. I think you probably just, your like self-understanding led you to the, like, this is core of my personality and my character, right? And the way you used it, so would you say you seek opportunity to express your irony through the material that you
absolutely.
quote? And because these two sources, right, gave you opportunity to create to disengage from it, because that's a hard process, right? To what the word you used?
Detach.
Detach from it.
Yeah, this is something that very commonly is. When we talk about irony, very commonly we use the word detaching, because of course it's one of the way. But I don't feel like detaching. I feel more connected with the material, and I use irony not to detach from it myself from the material, but more to reflect on it. I know that many people told me that my music is not ironic, and it's not important for me. Because irony for me is just a tool to reflect and to trigger other ideas.
So maybe irony, that you use irony to connect rather than detach.
Yeah.
So that's deep.
Yeah, and I mean, there are philosophers who says that. I'm not the first one. You see also, it is not possible to be ironic from time to time. So it means, as you said, that it's something you feel every time. And also an ironist is never ironical in order to be admired as an irony. So maybe also it is close to that concept that we don't show our irony. It's just a way to look at the world. Okay.
And the irony is that I thought that your presentation is going to be something else, and you totally turned it wrong. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we move. Our next presenter is Roger Redgate from Goldsmiths, University of London. And his presentation is Beyond the Text, Capturing the Reality of the Image. You are welcome, Roger.
How do I get this on to present a few? So I don't use PCs, and I can never control these wretched things. From beginning, I see it. Yeah. Aha, well, good. So good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's one of my favourite conferences, the Principles of Music Composing. I think it's the 5th or 6th time I've been here now, and it's wonderful that it's the 25th anniversary, so congratulations to everyone, and many thanks for inviting me once again to be here. It really is a pleasure. I've got a bit of a chest infection, so forgive me if I cough as much as I speak, but I'll try to control it. There we go. I had problems deciding how to talk about this, because what I'm wanting to do is to talk about artists, as in painters, poets, philosophers also, I also consider to be artists to some degree, and their influence on my work, or resonance on it. In order to do that, you need to have an understanding of how I work, and that in itself would need an entire presentation, because I work with very complex processes, generative compositional processes, also that involve what I would call, or what the art critic Anton Ehrensvärd calls unconscious scanning, which is where you don't really know what you're doing, but you're observing it and making decisions about it. And so when I'm composing, I use generative processes that produce a lot of materials. And then the real composing starts when I interpret those materials, which is not always something I can be rational about. An important part of the work is the way I then choose to notate it. So the functionality of notation in my compositions is very important. I was interested in Dina's presentation yesterday that she mentioned a piece of music looking like it sounds. And the kind of music I've been involved in, which people sometimes call new complexity, I don't really associate myself with that. I don't know what that term means, but let's take it as a given since it exists. There's often been criticised that the music doesn't look like it sounds, and that kind of implies that that's a problem. There's a British clarinetist, Roger Heaton, who wrote an article comparing new complexity and minimal music. And one of the things he focused on was the notation of new complexity, which you probably all know is very complex. Brian Fernyhill, Michael Finney, for example. We were listening to Michael at the beginning of the week. And he kind of suggested that from a performance point of view, this was an issue, that the music doesn't look like it sounds, and therefore performers don't know how to interpret it. Of course, we know there are different kinds of notation, because we could think about Lachenmann as well, where the music really doesn't look like it sounds because it's a notation of what the player is going to do, the performance movements that are involved in producing the sounds. So you can imagine, in order to talk about this, in terms of my music, you would need to have an understanding of all these processes in order to contextualize the things I'm going to talk about. But I hope I've given some kind of framework for you to understand what I'm going to be talking about. Oh, sorry, I'm doing it on the wrong keyboard. Here we go. Yeah, so these are some of the papers I presented in the past, if anybody's interested. You all know the Principles of Music Composing Journal. It's online, and there are copies of it outside. Each of these 3 articles or lectures I've given in the past, we talk about my compositional processes. So after this talk, if anybody's interested enough to find out more about the way I work, then this would help contextualize more what I'm talking about today. Still doing it on the wrong keyboard. Since my music's not particularly well known to you, to some of you, obviously some people have heard me here before, I'm going to play a very short piece which is called Beuys, which you might realise is a reference to the German artist and activist Joseph Beuys, which is commissioned by Ivan Mikashov, and this is a performance from a recording by Nicholas Hodges. And if I'm lucky, I can get this PC to play it. Let's try again. So I'm now going to turn to reading a paper which addresses my relationship to some of the artists I've been influenced by. So I'll just continue in this way. So in the interest of avoiding repetition that of talking about my own compositions, the theme of this conference, I'm going to focus on topics external to music that have nevertheless shaped my artistic thinking. I'm reluctant to describe these as influences in the conventional sense. Rather, they represent areas of artistic resonance, disciplines beyond music that similarly seek to navigate and articulate levels of meaning through the liminal spaces of representation, mirroring aspects of my own compositional approach. In this context, I find affinity with Hans Eisler's association that somebody who only knows about music doesn't know about music. While interdisciplinary connections between composers and other artists are well documented, examples such as Schoenberg and Kandinsky, for example, Cage and Merce Cunningham, the New York School with figures like Jasper Johns, Philip Guston readily come to mind. My own practice is underpinned by a particular ongoing aesthetic inquiry. This inquiry has, over the course of many years, informed and involved my compositional methodology, especially with regard to the functionality of notation and the expressive capacities of musical discourse. Much of my compositional practice over the years, both in aesthetic sensibilities and structural methodologies, has been shaped, whether directly or indirectly, by extra musical sources. Oh, I didn't even do that. Needless to say, Samuel Beckett is coming up. These have included literary figures such as Samuel Beckett and Paul Celan, visual artists such as Francis Bacon, Gerhard Richter, Joseph Beuys, and philosophical thinkers including Jacques Derrida. On occasion, my work has also been guided by political notions of resistance, most explicitly manifested in a piece called Black Icons, which was written in dialogue with the Russian poet Elena Vyshnovskaya, who's been strongly opposed to the Vladimir Putin regime since long before the war. And also the writings of the British playwright Edward Bond and German author and filmmaker Peter Weiss, the latter of whom posited that meaning resides in the unwavering refusal to abandon resistance, even under severe oppression, and that art itself constitutes the vital space for the emergence of new paradigms of political agency and social understanding. Today's discussion, of course, doesn't allow time to go into that in any depth, but it's an important thing as artists we all should think about. I've long been compelled by the intricate, often unexpected network of association among these diverse domains of expressive inquiry. What I continue to explore are the meaningful points of intersection, the possible symbiotic relationships between music, poetry, painting and philosophy, and more specifically between the individual artists and thinkers I've been drawn to. In order to investigate this relationship, it's necessary first to contextualize the work of some of the artists in relation to such potential connections. I'm sure most of them are well known to you. However, at a surface level, much of their work appears to engage with what is commonly referred to as the human condition. For example, Samuel Beckett's characters, confronted with adversity, are marked by a persistent resignation to go on. The final line of his novel, The Unnameable, written in 1953, the concluding volume of his famous trilogy, reads, "In the silence, you don't know. You must go on. I can't go on. I'll go on." Significantly, the novel takes the form of a fragmented monologue, lacking a coherent narrative or plot, and is narrated by an unnamed protagonist. After an initial preamble of about 13 pages, a single extended paragraph comprises the remainder of the novel. This is also a feature of Peter Weiss's work in his 3-volume novel, The Aesthetic of Resistance, Aesthetic des Widerstands. Is composed of paragraphless blocks, sometimes sort of 20 pages long or so. However, Beckett's later short prose works similarly dispense with conventional narrative structures, frequently employing unidentified narrators, experimental textual strategies. Beckett himself considered these works the important writing, many of which inhabit the margins between prose and poetry, narrative and drama, completion and incompletion. In fact, his original English publishers, John Calder Press, weren't sure whether to publish his not short stories, his short prose works as poems or prose works. One of them, Lessness, for example, written in 1970, Beckett composed 6 groups of 10 statements randomly assembled twice. The second half of the text, words 770 to 1538, consisted of the same material as the first half, reordered. Such a work is intelligible only insofar as the initial language is sufficiently rich to transcend conventional syntax. Lessons were subsequently published in a collection of related texts called Six Residua in 1978, and I'll return to this later in relation to one of my own works called Residua. Similarly, commentators on Francis Bacon's paintings have frequently underscored the plight of his anguished figures, often depicted as confined within prison-like enclosures. However, such interpretations are at odds with the artist's own associations, as he repeatedly disavowed narrative or psychological readings of his work. In 1966 interview with the art critic David Sylvester, for example, Bacon remarked, "I don't want to avoid telling a story, but I want to give the sensation without the boredom of its conveyance." Later in 1971, he elaborated on this, saying, "I'm not really saying anything, but I'm probably much more concerned with the aesthetic qualities of a work. But I've no idea what any artist is trying to say except the most banal artists." Despite this resistance to narrative, Bacon frequently produced triptychs in a format that would appear to invite narrative interpretation. Paul Celan, a poet, whose work is inextricably shaped by his harrowing personal history. As a survivor of the Holocaust, having endured the trauma of internment in a Nazi forced labour camp in Moldova, while his parents perished in Transnistria, the indelible imprint of historical catastrophe is manifest throughout his work. His tragic death by suicide in 1970 underscores the profound existential burden he carried. Celan's work is frequently discussed in relation to Adorno's oft and frequently misunderstood and misquoted dictum, "To write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric." Yet Celan's own reflections offer a more nuanced understanding of the possibility and necessity of poetry after a catastrophe. In his acceptance speech at the Literature Prize in the city of Bremen, Celan articulated a vision of language that had endured rupture, profound rupture, yet remained a site of continuity. And I quote, "One thing remained reachable, close and secure amid all losses, language. Yes, language. In spite of everything, it remained secure against loss. But it had to go through its own lack of answers, through terrifying silence, through the thousand darkness of murderous speech. It went through, it gave me no words for what was happening, but went through it and could resurface enriched by it all." Celan's relationship to language was also shaped by his, not only by his biography, but by his multilingualism. He was born in Romania, and he was fluent in Romanian, Yiddish, Ukrainian, Russian, French, and German. Nevertheless, he chose to write predominantly in German, the language of his mother tongue, of his mother and of his oppressors responsible for her death. His later poetry is famously resistant to translation, owing to its intricate neologisms, dense semantic layering, and extensive use of paronomasia, wordplay, that is often inextricably bound to the German language's peculiarities. In an interview, Celan described his poetic aim as an attempt to capture fragments of multifaceted reality. And I quote once more, "I aim at rendering at least excerpts from the spectrum analysis of things, to show them, as it were, simultaneously in several aspects and interpretations, because unfortunately I'm unable to show things from all sides." Michael Hamburger, one of Celan's distinguished translators, observed that Celan envisioned poetry as open to the unexpected, the unpredictable, the unpredeterminable. A text conceived as a message in a bottle sent across the distance of time and interpretation. Another commentator, Beda Alleman, writing about Celan's selected poems, characterized his poetics as governed by the structural principles of ceaseless tracing out of interrelations, by means of which the poem provides a world for themselves. Celan himself encapsulated this ethos with the declaration, "Poetry no longer imposes but exposes itself." At first glance, this might all appear rather bleak and negative. However, in all these instances, the literal and immediate reading did not in itself hold intrinsic significance for me. If these apparent similarities possess any credibility or relevance, it's perhaps as a compelling yet secondary byproduct of the creative process. Regardless of its underlying motivation and the concomitant engagement with language, particularly in relation to form and content. This reflects a broader interrogation of language itself. My primary interest lies in the dynamic interplay between the means of production, the creative or expressive discourse, and the realization of the final work, particularly in terms of process and potential reception and interpretation, be it reading, viewing, or listening. This approach thus transcends the simplistic notion of paying homage to these authors and thinkers, instead probing into a deeper resonance that seeks to access certain strata of meaning as integral to the expressive discourse, meaning that exists beyond the confines of the text. In many respects, all these examples engage with the concept of writing, of the inscription of potential realities in the form of image or text. Each case reveals intricate networks of meaning that interrogate and problematize the creative discourse itself. For instance, in an interview with Tom F. Diver, Samuel Beckett remarked that it's now the artist's task to find a form that accommodates the mess. He elaborated, "What I'm saying does not mean that there will be henceforth no form in art. It only means that there will be new form, and that this form will be of such a type that admits the chaos and does not try to say that the chaos is really something else." The form and the chaos remain separate. The latter is not reduced to the former. That is why the form itself becomes a preoccupation, because it exists as a problem separate from the material it accommodates. Beckett's reflections resonate further with his own well-known assertion for his 1965 interview with Georges Dutuit. There is nothing to express, nothing with which to express, nothing from which to express, no power to express, no desire to express, together with the obligation to express. Beckett was an Irish writer who spent much of his life in France, notably chose to write in French. This decision distanced him from the immediacy of his mother tongue, which he believed made writing come too easily, an act of deliberate estrangement that underscores his complex relationship with language and expression. A comparable perspective was articulated by the painter Francis Bacon with respect to the practice of painting. Bacon observed that the particular challenge of painting, in contrast to photography, lies in the paradoxical necessity that it will only catch the mystery of reality if the painter doesn't know how to do it. He elaborated, "In my case, I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to bring it about. And that's what I'm hoping accidents or chance, or whatever you like to call it, will bring about for me." He later added, "You are always on the edge of possibility. You seem to be nearer, and it seems to evade you more resolutely." Bacon, notably a figurative painter, employed various chance-based techniques, as I'm sure you know, such as hurling paint at the canvas, using arbitrary brushstrokes, or smearing pigment, born out of a deep-seated frustration to capture his envisaged images. His practice frequently involved working from photographs of his subjects. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong slide. There it is. That, by the way, is a poem by Paul Celan. I meant to show this earlier. Just, if you're not familiar with his work, this is a very short. His poems were very short. I'm always drawn to short forms myself. This is one of Bacon's representations of photographs. In further reflection, Bacon remarked, "What can you do but go to a very much more extreme thing, where you are reporting fact not as simple fact, but on many levels, where you unlock the areas of feeling which lead to a deeper sense of the reality of the image." As an aside, it's perhaps noteworthy that Celan proposed, "Reality doesn't exist, it must be sought and attained." In his book, Francis Bacon, The Logic of Sensation, which Beata was talking about the other day, Gilles Deleuze, discussing photography, suggests that it's precisely at this juncture that the process of painting commences. For Deleuze, representation is supplanted by sensation, which acts directly upon the nervous system, bypassing the mere recording of factuality, what Bacon would call a cliché. Form, when connected to sensation, thereby becomes something fundamentally distinct from form connected to the object. I've alluded to a possible parallel here with musical materials, specifically in the form of notational clichés, materials that are inevitably premeditated and preformed by gestural historical sedimentation in the notational system. Sensation in this context is what I would term the reality of the image in a musical context. This concise introduction to the work of these artists seeks to articulate a focused engagement with the complexities of language. On the one hand, the discussion addresses the problematic nature of transcription, or, from a distinct yet related vantage point, representation, whether manifest in the relational dynamics between photography and painting, narrative text, or in my own case, the score and performance. Each artist, through varying methodologies, endeavours to navigate and connect the liminal spaces of representation. How am I doing for time, by the way?
Just a few minutes.
A few minutes, huh? At this point, I'd like to turn to the work of Jacques Derrida in a few minutes, which would seem interestingly contextualise this discussion. The name Derrida, of course, is synonymous with the term deconstruction, although he once remarked how the use of this word, he used this word for the sake of rapid convenience, and how it was a word he never liked and whose fortune had disagreeably surprised him, bearing in mind how often it's been misunderstood and reappropriated. Derrida was reluctant to provide a clear definition of the term in the context of his own work, pointing out that any definition is necessarily complicated and difficult to explain, since it actively criticises the language needed to explain it. However, an alternative concept, but closely related, would be grammatology, as suggested by Gregory Ulmer in his book Applied Grammatology. Derrida again appropriated the term in his own early book. Sorry, I should have moved on here. This is Derrida. His own early book of Grammatology from 1967. The term is closely related to deconstruction, but as the practice of writing, rather than a theory, and derives from Derrida's critique of the conceptual structure imposed on thought by Western metaphysics, which identifies the exteriority of speech to writing and similarly of speech to thought. Derrida seeks to articulate a writing which no longer functions as a representation of speech, but which subverts the hierarchy of thought, speech, and writing. As Ulmus suggested, grammatology therefore cuts across the old divisions of knowledge, being concerned with all manner of inscription, which the question of how any form of knowledge relates to writing. The challenge of an applied grammatology is to define how this other writing can function as knowledge without being theoretical. Derrida himself articulated the intertextual context between poetic, philosophical, and scientific writing, for example, in his grammatological texts, notably in his book Glar, which is written in two columns in different typefaces, one about the work of the philosopher Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel and the other the poet Jean Genet, involving quotes from each and other supplementary comments, annotations, and references. This is a page from it, of course, as you can see. Further, Derrida wrote extensively on the work of Paul Celan. Veronique Fauti, in her article on Derrida and Celan, used the evocative term disseminative language. I'll jump forward a little bit here for time reasons. My title, Beyond the Text, Capturing the Reality of the Image, makes a nod in the direction of Bacon's comments quoted earlier, in search for a deeper sense of the reality of a musical image through new kinds of formal and notational functionality. I've often referred to the notation of a grammatology of music, an approach to notation which seeks to similarly subvert the hierarchy of what could be said to exist in the mind of the composer and what is transmitted through notation as a possibility of notation beyond a transcriptive process. Most discussions of deconstruction of music focus on the semiological aspects of the representation and therefore in reception of music in terms of music's meaning and less on the functionality of notation as a science of writing, which in grammatological sense is central to the expressive discourse. I was going to talk here about emergent materials related to complexity theory. I've written about this, and so it's in one of the articles if anybody wants to read it. But I'm going to jump ahead a little bit for reasons of time to talk about this piece, Residua. So this is one of the few pieces that I've composed that directly relates to the processes, or this relates to Samuel Beckett, as I mentioned earlier, to has a direct correspondence as opposed to being to do with the aspects of inscription. This is a few lines from Samuel Beckett's Lessonist, 1970, which is one of his short prose works. If you just take a few moments to read through a little bit. What you might notice about it is the recurrence of various words. I've made a highlighted version of it here. So as I mentioned earlier, Beckett wrote a few sentences, a few paragraphs, and started to reorder them. And the entire short prose work consists of the same words over and over again, recontextualized to give different meanings. I mentioned that the syntax is an important thing, because if you read this, ruins true refuge, long last towards which so many false time out of mind. What does that mean? It's very evocative language, but it's difficult to say what it means. Beckett insists that it's a short prose work. His publisher considered maybe it was an act of poetry. I was interested in transferring this concept into a piece of music. And so this is a page, this is 6 movements for harpsichord, which are collectively called residua, and they consist of various musical fragments. There's movement 1, which consists of, it was composed according to my usual principles. The second movement introduces some new materials, but starts to also quote materials from the first movement. And the third movement, which we have here, is the third stage of the process. So I'm going to play this for you now. What you're going to hear is a kind of accretion of various materials to create what we have on this page. Oops. So sensitive, this thing. It's nice to have sensitivity in the world, isn't it? Stop that. And then that's movement 3. This is movement 6. And what I've highlighted in the boxes here is the fragments that are quotes from previous movements. So as you can see, bar 1 consists of R3 means residua 3, bar 14. The next section is bar 4 to 5 of residua 3. And so it goes on. So this final movement is made up entirely of fragmentary quotes with no changes whatsoever. There's been an imposed process of cutting the previous movements up and then putting all these fragments together in order to create an entire movement which consists of the same kind of materials. So let's have a listen. So it goes on. I was interested from a language of music point of view, what effect this would have on the perception of the materials. And to my amazement, the performer Jane Chapman, who commissioned the work and has recorded it, didn't notice that the last movement consisted entirely of quotes from all the previous movements, which is rather curious, I thought. Because I thought when she was learning it, she was sort of thinking, oh, I've played this before. Yes, I've played this before. But when I told her that the last movement was just quotes from all the previous movements, she said, what? I won't talk about this now because I haven't got time. I was going to. But anyway, thank you very much. I'll finish that.
Thank you, dear Roger, for such an impressive presentation and your music, of course. Maybe very short question or comment.
Thank you for an amazing presentation. I have a very tiny question. What kind of logic did you follow when you pasted all those quotations? Is this some kind of mathematical procedure or some intuitive or what?
It's kind of I never liked the word mathematical. I was bad at maths at school. It consists of one of the things I do when I compose. I think you might know this from previous presentations, is to use what I call timelines. So if you think about a set of time signatures and then a second set of time signatures that are superimposed on that, it divides up a set of time signatures into proportions, and then that can go on indefinitely. And so I use that kind of principle to chop up the materials. Does that make any kind of sense? So what would be the original set of material would then be divided up according to maybe for example, the bar line structure of one of the other movements, which would then fragment it into what order I put them in. I don't know. And this is an interesting thing about unconscious scanning, where I think all composers do this actually. I mean, Fabrizio was suggesting he was a bit more controlled about understanding the reasons for doing things, but there's a side to it that, and to me, that is the aspect of the composing in a sense, where I don't know what I'm doing. Francis Bacon talks about not knowing what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing, and I like that. I think it's important to keep that aspect of it. But having said that, there's this incredibly structured framework behind all of my pieces. I work with a very detailed generative set of processes, but it's interpreting those processes to create the work, which to me is like Bacon throwing paint at what he's already done. It destroys it to some degree.
Because that sort of reminded me, looking at the score, of my own approach. I did, whenever I tried to implement some kind of retrograde or inversions or something like that, it never worked for me because it was just a nonsense. And what I came up with is making a retrograde of gestures, because I think in gestures. And that makes much more sense for me in my own works, and that's a very similar approach.
When I talk about capturing the reality of something, the notation is an important thing for me, and I fiddle with it a lot. I use very complex notation, and it comes a point where it's right, it captures what I'm looking for. It's not something that I hear. This is the interesting thing, but it's not a transcriptive process that I have something in my head and I have to get this written down, which is the romantic view of what composers do. It kind of reverses the process, which is what I was hoping with the Derrida reference I was trying to illustrate, that it says something, and you know when you've got it, like Bacon knows when he's got his image, you know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, I would like to invite Dominic Flynn from University of Tasmania, Australia, and
I promise I won't use all of it. Now, if I do this, do you see my notes as well? No. No, brilliant. Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks to the conference organisers and the university for having me. That was just a test of the volume of my presentation to see if it was going to kill people. So I'm going to talk about a recent piece of mine titled Pitwater for Accordion. So I'll first unpack a bit of the background and context that led me to compose the work, and then I'll address two transcription techniques I employed, as well as two pieces from other composers from which I took inspiration. But firstly though, two words in the title of this presentation probably mean different things to different people, so I've provided some brief definitions of understandings of transcription and decolonisation that I've used to inform the piece. So the conceptualisation of transcription that I'm using has come from Michael Finney's idea through Busoni, and has been labelled a few things, one of which by Beaudoin and Moore as transdialection. But what's important to note here is that transcription is transformative and is usually undertaken with the aim to explore, uncover or highlight something about the original work being transcribed. Additionally, discussions around decolonizing various aspects of music making are, as I'm sure you all know, ongoing, constantly changing, and subject to a lot of discourse. The definition I've used comes from Addison Walker, and I'm particularly interested in the idea of exposing the symptoms of colonization, which we understand is not a moment in the past, but ongoing today. So Australia, which is where I'm from, is still experiencing colonization. So I grew up in Tasmania, which is an island state off the southern coast of the Australian mainland, in a town called Sorell, which is where this red circle is, and that'll be relevant to the presentation. Here's a very brief history of human habitation in Tasmania, but the important points is that Aboriginal Tasmanians lived in Tasmania for approximately 40,000 years before British colonisation. There were estimated to be upwards of 10,000 people at the beginning of British colonisation, and then contemporaneous estimations, so it was believed at the time that less than 100 Indigenous Tasmanians survived the first 40 years of British colonisation. I've used this figure to show the extremity to which the invasion affected Indigenous communities, but it's important to note that this figure of less than 100 people surviving is based on a kind of flawed and inaccurate English record. But of course, there are many Indigenous Tasmanians still alive today, people with Indigenous heritage. In fact, the most recent census from 2021 indicated that 30,000 Tasmanians identified as having Indigenous heritage, though this number doesn't distinguish between Tasmanian Indigenousness and people with Indigenous lineage from other states of Australia. And lastly, it's important to note that Tasmania was set up as a penal colony to help build the new empire and to deal with the largely Irish convict population in the UK that was fast outgrowing the space to house them. So this dichotomy of settler and convict populations quickly created a dynamic of parallel European music traditions. Historical Australian literature, be it fiction or biographical, often pits these cultures in binary opposition and attaches the former to the perpetrators of colonisation and the second to convict culture, who they quite rightly position as victims of colonisation. However true this dichotomy might be, it has led to the creation of various Australian dream or rags to riches mythologies around convict culture in Australia, and neglects the fact that the seeding and propagation of both art forms has acted as tools in Australia's invasion and the replacement of numerous kinds of Indigenous culture. So here we can see examples of these mythologies. At the top two images is Australia's most renowned bushranger Ned Kelly, whose armour is on display in the National Library of Victoria and whose image has appeared across much Australian art as a symbol of rebellion, like in this painting by one of Australia's most notable artists, Sidney Nolan. And on the bottom is Tasmania's most renowned bushranger, ex-convict Michael Howe, who, as we can see on the bottom left, was turned into an icon as far back as the 1820s, which is when he was still alive. So people were putting plays on in Melbourne about this ex-convict while he was still around. And I think famously also, one of the first feature films in Australia is about Ned Kelly, and Ned Kelly was still alive and running around Victoria, I suppose. So this quote from Martin Staniforth in his PhD thesis on Australian colonial fiction supports this assertion. And this binary between settler and convict that ignores Indigenous culture is also seen when we look at musicology surrounding Australian colonial music. The mythology is seen in this 2009 publication titled On the Fiddle from Scotland to Tasmania, The Life and Music of Alexander Lang, Convict, Constable, Fiddler and Composer. The book was written and published by Tasmanian historian Peter McPhee and musicologist Steve and Marjorie Gadd. Before digging into some of the issues I have with this book, I don't want to diminish the painstaking work of notating and sifting through a bunch of historical documents that, as far as I can find, are not publicly accessible. So this book is the result of a lot of hard work, and I don't want to diminish that. And it's a contribution to Tasmanian music. So here's some biographical information about the subject of the book, Alexander Lang. But confirming facts about his life outside of those confirmed in public records is tricky, as according to historian Alison Alexander, in his memoirs, he only told of activities credible to himself and manufactured the rest vaguely on reality. So I think in his personal memoirs, he says that he was asked to come out as a gardener to Tasmania when in fact he was transported as a convict. Despite these difficulties, the aforementioned book on the fiddle presents Lang's life as a rags to riches story, outlining his skills as a fiddler and composer as methods of climbing the social ladder in Sorel. However, Lang lived at a time when social mobility was possible through the complicity or participation in colonial violence, and while it might not be appropriate to include reference to the plight of Indigenous peoples in every discussion of Australian history, I suspect that it's possible that in this instance of Lang's biography, this exclusion may be an intentional choice to further the mythology of the Australian dream of convict culture. So the term colonial violence covers a broad range of outcomes of colonisation, including displaced communities and civilising, quote unquote, the Indigenous population. However, as we'll soon see, it can also be understood in a very literal sense. So according to various reports, on the 9th of December 1826, a group of 24 Indigenous men, women and children were sighted at Lang's own Bank Hill farm in an area east of Sorel called Pittwater, which is where the top circle is, and this bottom circle is the capital city of Hobart, just for context of some geography. So they turned up at Lang's farm and they demanded food from the property's overseer. On hearing this news, Lang led a group of 4 soldiers and an unspecified number of armed farmers from Sorel to Pittwater, where they killed 14 of the Indigenous people and imprisoned the remaining 10. As with many similar instances, the initial reports of this event served as a cover-up for the perpetrators. This was before, I believe, martial law was in place, so these murders were illegal. As could be deduced from this top quote from the first report from the Colonial Times and Tasmanian Advertiser, there's no mention of that anyone was killed during this event. It wasn't until 1830 that the murders were officially recorded, and in 1848, historian Roy Bridges noted in detail the true nature of the event, which is the quote on the bottom there. As On the Fiddle is the only dedicated literature on Lang, its omission of this event, or any mention of Indigenous people of the area, leaves the publication, to me, disappointingly incomplete. So following this discovery of, quote-unquote, Tasmania's first composer also being this sort of actively participating in colonial violence, led me to want to fill this gap that was left out of the book by composing a work that made use of Lang's seemingly simple fiddle tunes to explore the multifaceted social function of his music as not only cultural nostalgia for Scotland, a place he was forcibly taken away from, but also as a tool in the colonial machine. So my work for solo quarter-tone accordion is called Pittwater. It's titled after the location of Lang's murders, which is a familiar location to me, as I grew up basically in the same place. The piece was written for Laura Larrañaga, a Basque-born London-based accordionist. I wish I could go into detail about this fascinating instrument that she custom designed. That's a quarter-tone accordion. But that's probably a discussion for another conference. So my work employed 2 methods of transcription to highlight the social complexities of Lang's music. The first was to create melodic material, which was inspired by a piece by Michael Finnessy, and one was to create more droning material, which was inspired by a piece by Cassandra Miller. So to create the melodic material, I used a technique similar to Michael Finnessy's idea of transcription, which, as stated before, is often done with the aim to explore, uncover, or highlight something about the original work being transcribed, which is something I obviously wanted to do. Here's a very fitting example from Michael, a percussion solo from 2020 titled Tasmania. The work engages with a 1960 ethnomusicological transcription of an Aboriginal song by musicologist Alice Moyle that was originally sang on recording by Aboriginal woman Fanny Cochrane in 1903. As shown on the left. In this example, which Michael might call contaminated notation, Moyle's attempt forces Cochrane's song to adhere to the hierarchies within Western notation, and as such leaves much of the nuance and significance of the original song aside. From my perspective, Finnissig is acknowledging the transformative nature of Moyle's transcription, and rather than attempting to accurately render the original song into Western music notation, as Moyle is trying to do, he leans into the transformation as a way to explore the fallibility of these systems of preservation and to explore his place in or outside of the cultural and historical context of the music. So obviously, as well as the increased level of rhythmic complexity and elasticity, you can also see in these excerpts that, for example, the descending motif that begins at the end of the first system in Moyle's transcription is played over the top of the lower repeating passages at the start of Moyle's. So in Michael's, both are sort of played over the top of each other, enhancing the sense of transformation. So I engaged a similar technique in my piece to create melodic material. I chose a pretty rudimentary approach to generate more musically dense material, which was to transcribe 3 of Lang's tunes over the top of each other. These 3 tunes that we used were written while Lang was in Sorel around the time of the aforementioned massacre. They're called the Sorel Waltz, the Sorel Windmill, and Gordon Street Sorel. And these are some of the first pieces ever named after Tasmanian places. So this is what each of these excerpts sounds like. If you were to layer all of these in a digital audio workstation, for example, to get the idea of what they might sound like layered over the top of each other, this is what they would sound like. So as you can see, they don't all end at the same time. So though I'm not sure it's terribly important to outline exactly how I mapped this out, it essentially was done by first mapping each note placement onto a grid. Here's a color-coded version of where each note landed. So the melodies don't end at the same time, so I repeated them in a kind of tessellation and mapped out about 3 minutes of music in this way. As you can see, I've also omitted the 2 anacruses in the latter 2 melodies, which I added back in later, just to avoid breaking my brain. I then loosely used these tessellated note placements to construct sketches of what could be called tritonality. These precise rhythmic places outlined in the graph were translated into music notation through their approximate spatial relationships. The first 3 seconds of this that correspond to this figure above. I'll play that now, and I've added the anacrusis back in just manually. Also, please excuse my awful handwriting. Here's a color-coded version again to see that it all lines up. The next step involved translating this new material, which adhered to 1 stave and was of limited tessitura, into music that was both suitable for the quarter-tone accordion and musically compelling. Like with the previous step, this involved the intuitive manipulation of many of the pitches and rhythms. As can be seen here, it also involved exploding the single line of material over the 2 hands of the performer. This process turned Lang's very simple tunes into something much more dense and detailed and provided a smorgasbord of melodic fragments with which I composed Pittwater. So here's this 3-second excerpt from the score. So I also wanted a way of generating some contrasting droning material. And for this method, I turned to a piece by Canadian composer Cassandra Miller titled About Bark. In the words of the composer, the piece is about process. It takes its source material from a short excerpt of Bach, and using software, a phrase of this is meticulously transcribed to apprehend the exact rhythmic musicality of the performance, capturing artifacts produced in the process. So this transcription process that Finnessy describes is similar to what is labelled by Miller as transformative mimicry in her PhD thesis of the same name. So in About Bach, this process was undertaken with the assistance of technology by feeding edited and distorted recordings of Bach's phrase into transcription software, essentially converting audio to MIDI and then into notation, a process Miller describes as computer listening. And then these outcomes were often then fed back into that process. This staged approach to transcription is quite clear in this work of hers, as the stages appear unfolding in real time, with this being the opening phrase, which is largely not that much distorted compared to the rest of the piece from the Bach original. I undertook a similar process of computer listening and transformative mimicry to create the drone material for my work. Like before, I took a pretty rudimentary approach. I laid recordings of Alexander Lang's 3 Sorel tunes into Audacity and slowed them down to extract more detail. So this is a short example of what that sounded like. So as you can hear, slowing down these recordings generated these sort of undulating, slow-moving drones. I then converted this audio into MIDI so that it would be read in Sibelius and be rendered as notation. This process of computer listening results in some idiosyncratic properties, including the computer's ability to pick up on and notate not only the notes played, but the partials of the instrument and sometimes even the room noise. Similarly, rhythmically, the process attempts to render expression and rubato back into the rhythmic grid of Western notation. So this is what a bit of the notated part of what we just heard sounds like. It was very quiet, I don't know why. So something I would like to explore in future is finding a way to get more rhythmic and pitch detail out of this process. So if anybody has any ideas, please let me know. These undulating drones were either spliced in between excerpts of the previously generated melodic material or laid underneath them to thicken out the texture. So as a result of combining these two transcription methods, Pittwater's musical language elastically shifts back and forth from quick-moving melodic fragments to sustained droning fragments, all generated from these transcriptions of Lang's 3 Sorel tunes. This is best heard in the opening, which displays, I suppose, the least distorted of these transcriptions. So I'll just play, I don't know, the first page. So by synthesizing these simple tunes into a tritonal amalgamation, I was able to explore ways of expressing the complex cultural context and social function of Alexander Lang's seemingly simple music as manifestations of both victim and perpetrator of colonisation in Tasmania, in contrast to the previously one-sided narrative surrounding musicology on him as a subject. Thank you very much for your time, and if you're interested, here's a bit of further reading about some of the stuff I've talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic, very much for your impressive presentation, and I'm impressed by your music.
Oh, thanks.
Any questions, comments?
Thank you, Dominic. That was very great.
Thanks.
Very great. Sorry, very clear. Regarding like the rest of your repertoire, is this a similar thought process in how you approach composition more generally, or was this a very specific project-based?
I think I would like to think that, you know, it's all like the process is always evolving and each piece is building on the last. And you have like, well, I have like certain interests that'll sustain me for a while and then I'll move on to something else. So as this is quite a recent piece, I think pieces that I'm writing at the moment or that were written just before this sort of either swim around a similar idea of music and place or music and history, or this idea of transcription. I've been quite interested in Finnessy's music for a long time, so that's certainly something that's like a through line. But this exact process of transcription is something that I first explored in this and have sort of like used bits and pieces of to inform later pieces. Yeah, so I guess like thematically, yes, and then technically like kind of, yeah.
Thanks.
Any more questions, comments?
Just a comment. I kind of in my head, I made the connection between Roger's presentation, the aesthetic of the composers as a resistance, creative method as resistance. Would you say that your approach in part, or as a whole, represents kind of the same aesthetical direction?
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of what Roger talked about resonated with me, especially regarding notation. I think something that, I think the term is semiosis. Is that something you've come across? It's like this idea of like circling around an idea and that you never are able to like bullseye exactly like what's in your mind, or you're never able to directly communicate something. So then this sort of added detail gets closer and closer to this idea, but the point is to try. The point is you never get there. But so all this detail in my scores is a way of like getting closer to the gesture that I want, but with the acknowledgement that you'll never get there. And I think certainly like when you add this sort of like decolonisation aspect to it, the idea that, for example, in Alice Moyle's transcription of that Aboriginal song, she made that, you know, with the intention that this was an accurate representation of something she heard. But you know, quite uniquely, we have a recording of that piece that she transcribed, so we can hear that it's what's on the page is not what is being heard at all. So then, for example, Michael adding all that detail is similar to what I'm doing of getting closer to something that might be harder to express with music notation without sort of like pulling it and pushing it a bit. So yeah, I do think there's some connection there of resistance and the language I'm working with, yeah.
And are you part of larger kind of artistic community that is socially conscious and works together on this?
Yeah, certainly like Australia, there is a few people, certainly like there are Indigenous scholars like Dylan Robinson up here that have informed a lot of what I've been working with. In Tasmania, there's just not enough people, I suppose. So yeah, I've had to like search outside of Tasmania specifically, And a lot of my research has come from outside of Australia even, because obviously Australia's not the only colonised country. So yeah, I feel like thanks to the internet, that community is like much more global than what it might have been before, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we have a coffee break. And Andrews, please don't run. When should we gather here for poster session?
Yes, during this coffee break will be slightly longer, and we will bring the posters here, and hopefully the authors of the posters will connect through Zoom and make 5-minute presentations of their work. So we will. I will call you when it's ready, and please enjoy your coffee now. glad we finally have this kind of event in our conference. We are having a mini poster session so that all the hard work of our presenters, our authors of these posters, does not get unnoticed. And I'm very happy to present our good friend from Georgia, Gvansa Gvingilia, and she will talk briefly about what she has done with her poster. And welcome, Gvansa.
Hello. Thank you very much for this conference. I'm very happy to participate in this conference. I love this conference because of its content, great ideas, and the real science. So I will start. My poster examines the creative process of synthesis in the works of Eka Chabashvili, post-avant-garde Georgian composer, focusing on Nena opera Pandora, first Georgian documentary video opera. That is an example of multimedia music. As you know, multimedia music blends art and science, and it's more significant in the digital age shaped by internet, AI, digital art. So the study aims to identify the types of syntheses emerging from interdisciplinary interactions between music, science, and other art forms in Chabashvili's music. The research was conducted in 3 phases, using data, analytical, and comparative methods. First, examine phenomena of synthesis in general and in Chabashvili's music within Georgian culture. Explore types of synthesis in Chabashvili's music, mostly presented as multimedia music, focusing on one particular example. So, results findings. In art music, synthesis is a process of uniting diverse artistic, stylistic, or conceptual elements occurring on multiple levels. Compositional synthesis means the fusion of different musical languages, techniques, genres, or musical systems. B, interdisciplinary synthesis means the integration of music with other art forms. And conceptual synthesis, the integration of music ideas with ecology, physics, and science, with science in general. In 21st century, synthesis became one of the defining characteristics of music, especially multimedia. This tendency aligns with the broader interdisciplinary turn, where boundaries between art fields and science are increasingly fluid. In Chabashvili's music, synthesis is the main compositional conceptual principle and artistic method. She employs diverse forms of synthesis, interdisciplinary within arts and conceptual in connection with sciences such as ecology and physics. For example, in her ambient abiotic tenses, convergence is presented as a synthesis of instrumental music, eco-music, video installation, theatrical performance. In composition, has piano music come to an end? Is based on synthesis of video installation, theatrical performance, instrumental music, and literature. Project Let's Listen to Caves synthesizes dramaturgies of ritualized instrumental concert practice and healing ritual. Symphony Exhibition Voice represents synthesis of symphony, pagan ritual, and art exhibition. Polyphonic Verses unites liturgy and music. Dance of Hieroglyphs unites instrumental music and audio installation. Eco Concerto unites two musical tuning systems, also natural and urban soundscapes. So, discussion. After analyzing Chabashvili's multimedia samples, it's evident that synthesis does not follow the dialectical model of thesis, antithesis, or synthesis, which implies resolving or reconciling opposing ideas, but is rather about finding harmony within diversity. By means of synthesis as principle, Chabashvili is influenced by Georgian modernist composers Mamisashvili Svanidze, as well as Georgian pagan rituals and syncretic poetic and musical genres, as well as ancient Georgian theater, shaped by Greek and Roman traditions, early forms of artistic synthesis in ancient Georgia. According to composer, she aims to deepen listener engagement, allowing them to experience not mechanical merging, but harmony of diversity. Sometimes she involves the audience in co-creating or performing the work. Listeners are not passive. They are still required to analyze how art fields unite, how they synthesize items in consciousness, and what is most important, she wants us to develop the ability to perceive diversity as a whole harmony. So what about Pandora is my case study. It illustrates synthesis on multiple levels. Synthesis as a compositional principle, so interconnectedness of electronic music and opera, imagery, documentary about ideas from microbiology, genetics, quantum physics, and peculiarities of opera genre is revealed in 5 mutations that reminds operatic acts, while finale reminds opera epilogue. The main characters, Virus, Bet, and Pandora, act as operatic characters, each defined by a distinct late timbre, babies, male and female voices. Clusters, including excerpts from speeches of people, function as operatic chorus. Also, we have a synthesis on dramaturgical level because events occur in 2 worlds, so visible reality and microcosmic realm. The work embodies the idea that these 2 realms interact. So, as she said, my Nana opera is neither theater nor cinema, but intermediate multimedia creation where images express thought and follow structural principles of Nana work. The conclusion. Synthesis is both a stylistic device and a philosophical model operating on compositional, interdisciplinary, and conceptual levels. Multimedia music tends to emphasize harmony in diversity rather than resolving opposites, and synthesis may function in Javashvili's music on several levels. Pandora, written in 2021, seems like a prophetic composition in the context of today's war, but in the finale, after all sufferings, Javashvili also lets hope come out of Pandora's box. Thank you.
Thank you, Vansa. It was really interesting. I think we are really running out of time, and I don't think we really have time for questions. But yes, thank you for a really interesting work and a really interesting presentation and a very visually appealing poster. So yeah, we hope to see you again in our next conferences, and good luck to you, and good luck to Georgia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you do for me. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Okay, I don't think we have any other online participants, right? No, we don't have. So I'll try to briefly explain the other 2 posters we have and how they came to be. Here in the academy, we have this extensive course for the bachelor program for composers. It's called Composition Theory Study. It goes from first-year bachelor to the third-year bachelor, and these guys learn how the music is built from Lithuanian folk songs all the way to Grisei. At least they're supposed to do that. And in the 4th year, we have this kind of different kind of subject called composition theory seminars, which is supposed to like uplift this knowledge to another level and maybe answer the question not how it is built, but why, which is essentially what we do here. So it is a sort of introduction to the bachelor students to the concepts of new musicology and subsequently artistic research. And what we do there is we examine a lot of papers written by composers themselves. What do they say about their own music? So we examine the classics from Stockhausen, Grisei to a little bit of Ferneyhough. We touch a little bit on Michael Finney. I'm not still very well versed in that to do it very deeply. I hope I will be at some point. And we also pick a a few articles from our Principles of Music Composing series, such as Roger Redgate's and Eistes too. Yeah, great article actually. And at the end of the semester, the students have to write their own essays about their own music, and these 2 really stood out and they turned into some kind of... I asked them to prepare these poster presentations for you. So we have two of them. One is by Ieva Raubite, Sound Image Interrelations, Audiation, Polyphony, Synesthesia, and she draws on Roger Redgate's article, Do You Hear What I Hear? And crosses it with Kandinsky's thoughts and Paul Klee, and analyzes her own graphical scores, how they interact with the performer and subsequently with the listener. I really can't reflect to it that well as she would be, but unfortunately she's not here. And the second one is by Karolis Dabulskis, where he analyzes the application of linguistic principles in music composition and how the constructional principles of music relate to the language patterns. And he analyzes his own piece, Blood Through Clay, for a narrator, and well, I forgot what the instrument was, but it's a fascinating piece. It's a flute, yeah. I didn't want to mislead, but that's one on you. I can't really present those two in detail, sadly, but yeah, I think this is the direction that our composition department is taking to enhance the popularity, to make artistic research more popular and more viable. So I think for the fourth-year bachelor, this is quite a remarkable achievement. So yeah, thank you. So perhaps we now move those away and continue with the session.
My name is Dina Lensner, and it's my pleasure and honor to chair the very last session of this wonderful conference. And we are going to hear from three more composers, researchers. And the first of the last three is Georgis Sakelario, representing Vitas Magnus University and Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, with the intriguing title of the presentation, The Summoning of the Muse, a composer's perspective to collective music making. Please welcome Georgis.
Good afternoon, and hello to our YouTube audience as well. Before I begin, I would like to thank the selection committee for accepting my paper proposal and giving me an opportunity to be here and share some thoughts with you. And also a thank you to everybody involved in the organization of the conference. It's always great when LMTA becomes a hub for discussion and exchange of ideas. Today I will talk about collective music making, which has been playing a pivotal role in my creative practice in recent years. It is therefore essential to underline that to an extent I will be presenting an autoethnography, as several ideas are generated by and filtered through personal experiences. However, I hope they will have a broader appeal and contribute to this ongoing dialogue that is shaping the multiple realities of contemporary composition. My aim is to extend our practice by suggesting some alternative perspectives and understandings. During my exploration, I have been persistently asking several questions. What is my particular understanding of collective music making? What previous and current contexts do I relate it with? What are the advantages and disadvantages of practicing it? Moreover, crucial to our here and now situation of a conference, how can I make my personal explorations relevant to broader compositional contexts and considerations? To briefly talk about my background, the larger part of my creative outcome over the decades can be described as soundscape composition, or more broadly, electroacoustic music. Like many other composers, I would fit the profile of the individual creator, something that we have inherited from the Western romantic ideal. However, somewhere in the middle of the pandemic, or rather because of the isolation the pandemic imposed on us, I started wishing to work with other people, to collaborate, and thus compose not in a solitary situation, sitting mainly in front of a computer, but through a deeply embodied and collective process. To put it differently, I started approaching composition and creativity in general as a joint effort. Well, needless to say, composers do not always work in isolation. Numerous times they collaborate with soloists, librettists, choreographers, directors, and so on. Nonetheless, they are still expected to do individual work. And I will argue that, especially in electroacoustic composition, with which I was deeply involved, the phenomenon of the isolated composer tends to be even more intense. So, in order to engage in collective music making, I decided to form an ensemble, a band, essentially, but calling it ensemble makes it sound more fancy. Yeah? Well, I named the ensemble Vartai, which is the Lithuanian word for gates, and I act as, let's call it, the artistic director, lyricist, vocalist, and guitar player. Broadly speaking, the ensemble sound fits under the umbrella of experimental or avant rock, with drone and noise aesthetics being its prominent characteristic. So far, we have performed a few concerts, mainly in Vilnius. We have released a film accompanied by a booklet, as well as a digital album. Forming an ensemble allowed me to contextually and practically investigate composition not as ergo, the Greek word for work, but as energia, the word for energy. This is how 19th century philosopher Wilhelm von Humboldt approached language. But in 2003, theologian Bruce Ellis Benson extended this idea of ergo and energia into music, and further suggested that the work only triggers the musical experience. It is not the experience itself. Therefore, according to Benson, music is an ongoing and dynamic process in constant flux. As a solitary composer of electroacoustic music, a fundamental aim is to come up with finished work, with a completed form, fixed media. In contrast, as a collaborative performer, creating a musical piece with others automatically shifts the priority from producing desired and fixed results into participating in a collective and empirical process, to take part in an immediate and sometimes very unpredictable dialogue, an exchange of musical ideas. This is vividly described and defined by renowned musicologist and educator Christopher Small with the term musicking. Music as a verb, not a noun, which means music as action and experience, not as a static object. Similarly to Benson, Small sees music as a continuous process, shifting dynamically by the way its performers experience the relationships between the sounds they produce and, more importantly, the relationships between themselves as people participating in a social activity. It is noteworthy that over the years, similar claims have been made by ethnomusicologists and social anthropologists. In his seminal book, How Musical is Man, John Blacking questions or rather challenges the need for innovation in music. Allow me to quote, "Why bother to improve musical techniques if the aim of the performance is to share a social experience?" Furthermore, in his analysis of ethnographic fieldwork, Jeff Todd Titon also emphasizes the importance of direct experience as well as of cultural values and social relations in music instead of focusing on data collection and technical analysis. In this spirit, collective music making puts me in a condition where I can empirically explore social and sonic relationships. With its emphasis on dialogue and performance, it extends the principles of composing from constructing an ergo, an object, almost like an architectural design, which is placed under objective scrutiny, as composer Jonathan Harvey has remarked, extended into music king, that is, to establishing connections and to sharing experiences with others in intense embodied activities and physical interaction. And this may lead to experiential knowledge. This is something I will return to a little bit later. When engaging in the more practical aspects of collective music making, the thoughts of composer Eva Maria Huben serve as a valuable guide. Huben acknowledges that in composition we can ask questions about structure, context, or interpretation, but also she insistently invites us to prioritize questions such as, in what kind of situations do the performers find themselves? Which processes are they exposed to? Which relationships do they develop with each other? And she continues, performers and listeners indulge in a practice in which they trust finding something that can explain the meaning of their lives. The essence of the music becomes what happens to and between the performers. Driven by such ideas, my main aim for our rehearsal with the ensemble is to discover ways of musical connection. It is not about preparing for a work that will have a pre-given value based on its technological tools or technical complexity. In other words, it's not about exercising or training or approaching the whole experience of playing as not the real thing. Ideally, the intention, intensity, and energy of a performance should be present during a rehearsal. In fact, I would even hesitate calling it a rehearsal. I prefer the word meeting as a verb. That is, to come together, to combine, to compose. In a recent study, educators and jazz music performers Paul Williamson and Johannes Lubers share some fruitful insights about the value of collaboration in music. They describe the process as peer learning and practice-led, where collaboration develops organically through informal and improvised meetings, which is something I also do very often with the ensemble. They further argue that the impact of such methodologies is mutual inspiration, mutual validation, and in general, an extension of the composer-performer sensibilities and skills. Participants constantly learn from and teach each other, which also helps in maintaining a high-level energy during playing. Indeed, through my experience, I can confirm that all of this is accurate to a great extent. And I will add also that Varta's original and former members have been valuably contributing with their expertise and personalities to the ensemble's identity. It's not about their abilities on the instruments they play, it's not about their knowledge in contemporary composition, it's more about their characters. And how can we fit together and create a sense of collectiveness and unity? Moreover, the members have had extensive experience in various fields, such as sound design, surround sound, performance art, theater production, as well as experience in fields outside music, coding and programming, psychology, history. So this diversity of personalities, backgrounds, qualities, knowledge, and technical skills have helped to shape not necessarily the ensemble's sonic character, which kind of like still remains mainly my responsibility, but more the social conditions that infuse the energy of the meetings. This eventually resulted in powerful group connections and very strong interpersonal communications. And this is highly valued by most members of the ensemble, both current and former. And I consider this a significant achievement. It is a collective accomplishment that also is unrelated to the more typical or even imposed standards of what makes an ensemble successful, like commissions, invitations, press and media attention, number of social media followers and things like that. However, I must underline that in my experience has also revealed limitations and disadvantages in this way of practicing collective music making. Firstly, I should clarify that the ensemble functions outside any institutional framework. Guided by a type of DIY spirit, this knowingly and inevitably leads to a lack of financial support and logistical and administrative resources. In these conditions, the members' conflicting schedules and other obligations make the arrangement of the meetings a very stressful and dysfunctional process. And when these meetings do occur, despite the opposite intention, there is very often a lack of energy and focus due to fatigue, personal distractions, time restrictions. When, as mentioned before, focus and coherence are essential, but unfortunately become absent, the meetings will likely leave a sense of disappointment and failure. Lastly, there have been and still are conflicting motivations and inspirations which are combined with clashing aesthetic expectations and aims. Diverse personalities and backgrounds certainly open up ongoing dialogues and musical possibilities, but also bring disagreement and conflict and tensions, sometimes even suspension of all activities. This usually has a negative emotional effect, I must confess, which undoubtedly is the most difficult challenge to face, both personally, individually, and collectively. But what is my motivation? Why do I want to share an experience with others Is there a specific principle or context that gives direction and guidance to this community of practice that I have assembled? If I should answer with one word, ritual. Ritual as a social act of gathering with the purpose to generate and interpret social experiences. Aesthetical experience, sorry. Social acts, aesthetical experiences. To explain this further, I return to Christopher Small, who has claimed that ritual is the mother of all arts. And also that ritual does not just use the arts, but itself is the great unitary performance act. Small also underlined that art, as an autonomous activity, is a relatively recent context, even in Western societies, and reminded us that throughout history, religion, art, and ritual have been a unified activity. In addition, composer and writer Tim Hodgkinson suggests a new aesthetic paradigm where ritual is in the core of music making. His own practice is influenced by his experience of spending time with shamans living in Tuva in Central Asia. Drawing from anthropological contexts and methods, he emphasizes the importance of performance over interpretation and message, and suggests that the music performers, similarly to shamans, can take journeys between different realms of reality. To illustrate this, Hodgkinson quotes a Tuvan musician he interviewed. "When I am playing, a particular spirit comes in me. It's above and comes down into my body, and sometimes I am playing and I am singing, and it's not me doing it. It's someone else." So, who could be this someone else? If we strip music to its bare essence, if we examine the etymology of the word, when playing music, we are performing the ritual of summoning a muse, a creature existing in another realm which we invite to pass through into ours. We ask it to take control over us. We're letting go of ourselves. We're letting go of our egos. We surrender. We become the medium. Our bodies become the vessel through which the muse transforms ourselves, our world, and extends our reality. In other words, we do not play music. No. Music plays us like puppets. And here I will be deliberately just a little bit provocative. And I will claim that if this summoning, if this possession from the spirits does not occur, then maybe what we do should not be called music, but instead sound organization, or worse, sound art. To return to collective music making, I assume it is understandable that such ritualistic, profound and powerful encounters with the spirits are difficult, if not impossible, to experience in each ensemble meeting and in extension in concerts. In all honesty, I remain troubled and perplexed on how to achieve that. And more often than not, this uncertainty makes things unclear for my bandmates as well. It starts from what notes and sounds they should or should not play, and goes all the way to what collective circumstances, spiritual and emotional, will allow us to elevate our practice from the technical and the aesthetic to the ecstatic. I believe that as musicians, we're obligated to aim for this shift. Because in a society that is gradually interested more in quantifiable qualities, in statistics, in measurable and pragmatic results, in a constantly disenchanted universe, perhaps more than anything else, it is music that can offer an alternative way of experiencing the world. Through the embodied togetherness of ritual, music can remythologize the cosmos, revalue its mysteries, and provide the necessary social bonding to explore them. Ultimately, collective music making is a process of confusion, to combine, to blend things together. Therefore, it is a synthesis that can be frustrating and rewarding, disappointing and euphoric, and sometimes simultaneously. Approaching it as a ritual, the emphasis is on action, embodiment, and performance. Notice this word also, to perform, to do, to carry out, to form. That is when music is shaped and truly manifested. And in the Greek word for performance, epitelesi, the meaning is equally revealing. Epitelesi, towards a telos, an end, a goal. To invite Efterpi, Polymnia, or Tepsihori even, or any other worldly entity into our reality is the method. The aim, or more correctly, the affirmation that something is working, is ecstatic truth, to borrow the term from Werner Herzog. It is a profound experience, ineffable, undescribable, unexplainable, uncategorizable, but a truth nonetheless. It is the truth of knowledge, of our transformed sense of ourselves, but more importantly, of something beyond us. And for my final words, if I may suggest, we, as composers, should be a bit more open and explicit about this. Firstly, between us as practitioners, also very important with our students, and lastly, with the rest of our communities of interest, whichever these may be. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
We have question on the left.
Hi, the operator here. I'm gonna try to be brief with this question. The cult,
the answer.
the cult band, the Next, you might know them. Australian jazz cult band, played for 40 years. This improvisational, ritualistic, sets, and in some interviews, in many interviews, they named their goal as to sort of lose their own identity in the performance and let the music rather play itself than be played. For me, as a musician, that profound sense of touching the beauty in this live performing live is the most profound way of interacting with something that you can, find beauty in. As a composer, from the beginning of becoming a composer, I always was contradicted with this idea that you sort of have to create in a sense of representing a fixed media in some sort of way. mathematical algorithms converting from notation to electronic music. Everything can be precisely calculated, and for the musicians that perform your music, it's like they spent years of I don't know, on their craft to be able to precisely perform what you know, this your mathematical equation that you present to them. And in this age of like recreational fixed media, where you always run into everything that can be precisely, you know, repeated through computers, technology, and sort of stuff like that. Do you feel like, and how do you feel like this improvisational? Because I bet that in your practice there's a lot of open ends when you collaborate with other composers on performance. How do you think it can develop into a way of composing music?
I have no idea. But honestly, I really don't know. I'll just dive into the dark and see what happens.
Nice. Thank you.
So I have more of a comment than a question. First of all, I love your presentation. I really resonate with it. I'm searching the same things. What I see in general in artistic industry, this idea of the musical product that goes with the dopaminergic thing of getting something, no? Like the musical object, the concert. When we talk about ritual, when we talk about community, shared experience, we are going to the serotoninic circuit of the brain. And I think it's very interesting what you said, that music and art in the beginning wasn't about the product, it was about a doing in community. And going back to what Finesi asked in the first lecture we had, that he said, put your thinking caps because of artificial intelligence and all these things. I don't think artificial intelligence can take art away from us, because art is not a thing, it's a thing we do. So I think that if we are searching for an answer to that question, this could be it. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we have time for one more question. Or Roger.
For the YouTubers. No, it's for the YouTubers. I can hear
We
it.
need that.
Just thank you for that. It was extremely interesting. Two names came to my mind, and I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on them. One was Cornelius Cardew with the Scratch Orchestra, which seemed to be a very similar kind of organisation to what you've been describing. And the other was Sun Ra, also, which also has a more ritualistic element. What do you think about their work in relation to what you've been describing?
Well, I guess it's for other people to decide that. Obviously, I'm aware of both of them. I think Cardew was a bit too political for my taste.
Well, that's one of the reasons the Scratch Orchestra broke up, but you've also identified yourself.
That's the interesting thing about, like, it's just kind of like, you know, first thing that pops in my head right now to respond. It's a Scratch Orchestra, so it's not Cornelius Cardew Orchestra. And it has a lot to do with, you know, his political understanding of how music should be. Whereas we have the Sun Ra Orchestra, where he's kind of like more of the, you know, let's say, point of interest there. This is a little bit of a different perspective, but okay, I hate to say this, perhaps no coincidence you're bringing into non-academic composers into the discussion here. This is something that we should be a little bit more considerate about, like, you know, kind of like be a bit more a two-way street between those non-academics and what we do within the universities, and how we can create more bridges and links between them. Just, again, from the top of my head.
Cardew came out of, his work came out of education, of course, because he worked at Morley College.
Oh, yeah, of
and
course.
And it was a composition class, which really wasn't a composition class. It was more along the lines of what you were describing.
Obviously, I mean, nothing taking away. I mean, within our institutions, we have been, throughout the decades, providing extremely insightful new ideas. Don't get me wrong about that. Let's just be very aware of that and continue towards that direction. That's all I'm saying.
As Michael Finesi said, it depends on us as individuals how we...
Exactly.
Yeah.
I took that from the other day, because like, oh, yeah, we have to work on that quite a lot. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, I am very privileged to introduce our host, Andrius Maslikovas, with his presentation titled In Search of Lost Expressions, a quest for wandering between different artistic domains in order to uncover musical potentials.
A mouthful, I know.
Well, I like long titles too. And I guess welcome our host, Andrius.
Yeah. So now you will listen to me. Yes. Thank you very much for being here and Dina for having me here. I'll just start my ramble. Creating something novel, or at least new to ourselves, is one of the most arduous challenges to any creative person. And looking for ideas at other artistic, scientific, or even seemingly unrelated domains is one of the most obvious strategies to achieve originality. This may seem natural. After all, music has arguably always been a syncretic form of art. Yet the 18th century idea of absolute music has imprinted us with a number of developmental and expressive frameworks that are often regarded as quote-unquote inherently musical. But be that as it may, this autonomy has established itself utilizing structural communicative patterns of other domains: rhetorics, mathematics, onomatopoeia, ritualistic practices, symbolism, and numerous others. Hence, even when music is intended to have no extra musical meaning and be purely enjoyed for its own structural or aesthetic aspects, its structural and communicative processes will inevitably have ties to their extra musical origins. Most of my creative outcome consists of various instrumental works that hardly could be called examples of absolute music. Quite on the contrary, a lot of my earlier pieces were composed using a very similar ideological framework as the program music of the 19th and 20th century. So you start from extra musical inspiration, apply some sound painting, and put everything into musical structures. And this last part, admittedly, has always seemed quite inorganic, and it did not function the way I was imagining it would. That said, after many years of questioning myself why my music is so badly organized, I started shifting from representation to integration, trying not only to represent the extra musical inspiration, but to transcribe its physical, metaphorical, and other qualities into musical domain. That means to create a synthesis between extra musical and musical structural potentials. The area of musical form, the outer structure of the piece, has always been my biggest point of struggle. My interests in sound quality led towards highly elaborated timbral articulations, complex rhythmical patterns, and high mental concentration on momentary experiences. And combining that with my introspective inspirations presupposed a struggle to implement any kind of structural conventions like sonata or ternary structure, while more modern structuralist or minimalist approaches seem to contradict the artistic inspiration or, for the most part, my overall psyche. When I explored sonoristic music in my doctoral thesis, I delved into phenomenological side of composing sound quality-based music. However, it was still a very absolute music-like approach, which explained the psychoacoustic communication patterns of musical material, but never touched on how this material and its development can be related to the extra musical inspirations, which in fact played a significant role and often disrupted my ideal structural patterns. In his seminal book, Wordless Rhetoric, Mark Evan Bonds addresses the genesis and evolution of musical form. According to him, even the term composition is one of the many terms that music has borrowed from rhetoric. He describes 18th and 19th century theorists how these theorists saw musical form as being analogous to rhetoric. The manner in which composer puts together his work was perceived as being analogous to the manner in which an orator constructs an oration. In turn, the final products of these two processes exhibit close structural similarities. End of quote. Later in the 19th century, this view evolved into a biological metaphor, a musical work as an organism rather than a speech. And during this shift, we can see how our interpretation of sonata form, for instance, takes a new conceptual ground. It shifts from being a two-part structure, being based on harmonic regions, to being a three-part structure, being based on thematic material. And this marks how our conceptual framework can alter our interpretation of the same structural model and reshape its design. How about the small-scale elements, the inner structures of the piece? I would argue that one of the biggest issues in classical music theory is that we distinguish the category of musical form as being separate from the musical material, and we don't make enough emphasis on how it relates to the structure of the piece. Ironically, up until the 18th century, the term theme was not used to describe a melody, but rather as the leading idea of the musical work, which manifests in a form of a melodic passage and shapes the outer structure with its recurrencies. According to this way of thinking, the theme, the inner structure, appears as the essence of musical idea, while the role of the outer structure is to bring coherence and autonomous integrity to it. That said, if the function of the outer structure is to utilize the dialectical potentials of the inner structure, then large-scale structural patterns depend on the multiplicity of such potentials carried by a particular sonic material. Summarizing, the tonal material of absolute music of the 18th century carried dialectical potential much akin to the one that is dominant in verbal domain: thesis, antithesis, synthesis. The romantic inspirations and allusions of the 19th century have uplifted these dialectical relationships to a new level, where the relationship between the musical elements is determined not only by their sonic but also extra-musical meanings. Their narrativistic nature, however, kept a very suitable environment for structural conventions of rhetoric origin to flourish. It is not the same case with the music that operates primarily on sound qualities, as its sonic material carries different kinds of structural potential. Panayotis Kokoras, in his essay Morphopoiesis, proposes transformation as a natural articulator of timbre. So in timbre-centric music, form becomes a large-scale transformation made up of countless smaller transformations. As Michael Finnessy said 2 days ago, start thinking about form as a verb. The key takeaway from this part of our journey is that inner structures carry structural potential with which shapes the outer structure of the piece. But how are they connected to the extra-musical layer of the artistic idea? Extra-musical ideas have shaped both musical material and its structural arrangement, perhaps since the day that the music was born, and it would be way above the scope of this presentation to talk about it all. So I will focus on what I deem to be important in my own creative process and draw some analogies with ideas of other creators and theorists. The word analogy here is used as a key word. Roland Barthes, in his text Le Démon de l'Analogie, the Demon of Analogy, criticizes the use of analogy, calling it being a demon that imposes natural relationships between objects of thought, which may not exist. Relying on analogies means relying on similarities and indirect representations, which in case of music, indirect representations, which in case of music, I would argue, is a perfect demonic pact to make in order to uncover musical potentials hidden in a multitude of unrelated domains. Music is inherently indirect when it comes to representation, even if we talk about representing the very musical idea that it's built upon. And we all know the famous quote of Busoni that the instant the pen seizes it, the idea loses its original form. And this, of course, refers to the act of notation being not a direct representation of musical idea, but rather a transcriptive process. And such composers as Michael Finney, they take this idea of transcription even further. Like, for instance, in his Verdi transcriptions, he reimagines Verdi's operatic material into new complexity-like piano textures. I know he does not like this term. I would argue that at this point, Verdi's original musical material becomes at least partly extra-musical for him. He transcribes it into his own musical aesthetic, and this newly synthesized material gains its own unique traits and structural potentials, which enable new transformations that are unique to it. Finney uses these transformations to morph between different extra-musical sources, different numbers from different Verdi's operas, by reimagining the very same texture as we see. All he does is embed some different analogies from a different extra-musical material, and the same texture becomes a transcription of the other thing. So he uses structural potentials of his own material to create a rhizome of analogies that allow bridging many objectively unrelated sources. And analogy derived from the extra-musical source is a powerful tool for infusing fictive structural potential into musical material, which already possesses structural potential of its own. This inter-domain synthesis of structural potentials opens up a multitude of creative solutions that would remain unimagined otherwise. It blends the similarities between different sonic elements with the multiplicity of similarities and analogies that derive from the extra-musical source. And as some of you might already grasp, the concepts of rhizome and multiplicity, which come from Deleuze philosophy, have been a crucial part of my understanding of inter-domain relationships and their structural organization. Rhizome as a decentralized musical framework, as we see in this picture, is a perfect phenomenological and metaphysical milieu where sonic objects and extra-musical inspirations can encounter each other without predefined ordering or imposed directionality. They can become assemblages that utilize their inherent structural potentials of all the constituents to form new assemblages and assume their own lines of flight. And now I would like to discuss two of my pieces, and the first one is called Son calligraphique for snare drum and tape. And the extra-musical source for this piece is the very act of writing music, the act of writing graphical symbols on a sheet of paper, and the physicality behind that. When sketching potential symbols on a sheet of paper, I captured this very process with a sound recorder. And the sound of a mechanical pencil gliding over the paper, making occasional bumps at the wooden desk, became the essence of the musical material of both the snare drum and the electronics. And the electronic part consists only of this field recording and some filters applied on it. In the snare drum part, I relied on the onomatopoeia to bring the sound of the instrument as close to the source of inspiration as I could. I employed different kinds of swipes with guitar pick, sliding the membrane with a hand, and occasionally like hitting with a finger. Also aimed to transcribe the physical movements of the pencil into rhythmical patterns, etc., etc. And at this point, I do not regard these gestures as being rhythm, but rather as directions for the player to perform physical movements that derive from the extra musical material, and consequently to create sounds which slowly erode the image of the primary source of inspiration. This sonic material undergoes a series of transformations, especially in its relationship with the extra musical source. It shifts from writing to drawing, then painting, and all this creates a very wide palette of sounds that can be attributed to both the extra musical source and the sounding object, like the snare drum and its accessories. Some of these elements, for instance, like switching between snares on and snares off, act as identifiers of the sound source. They connect into inter-domain assemblages, like the one we see here from bar 102, where rhythmic patterns connect with timbral changes of playing fake snares on, snares off, as well as analogies of paint application with a brush. Eventually, all this help the snare drum to break off from from the sonic identity of the extra musical source and assume a more traditional guise in the last few sections of the piece. The structural processes of the piece follow an analogy of the process of painting, of drawing. Drawing a rough outline of an object, then continuing to follow it all over again, adding more and more fidelity to the image until it becomes recognizable and gains its final shape. So the piece follows a very similar pattern. The small rhythmic gestures from the beginning of the piece get integrated into a larger rhythmic pattern, a rough outline, and it gets repeated throughout the piece in different sections, applying different playing techniques, from gliding over the membrane to rubbing the drumstick with a brush to full-blown fortissimo beating at the end of the piece. And at the end there's a different kind of transformation, but I'll skip this and maybe we obviously can't watch it here, so I will play it here. Somewhere here. First outline. separated at this point, and the traditional kind of drum and traditional form of electronics. Time, I don't know. 3 minutes. Oh, well, that's the lost time. So I would like to briefly discuss another piece called Confessions to the Non-Existent Self for viola and alto saxophone. And in this piece I explored I explored structural potentials of a different artistic domain, literature. The extra musical inspiration for this piece is an assemblage of scientific research on human sensory capabilities and Proustian literary style, which is an embodiment of a rhizome in this field. I started my composition process from writing an annotation that you can see here in a slide, and I did that in a very admittedly amateurish Proustian style, and it served as a field guide for my entire compositional process, and it became a structural, if one may call it that way, framework of the piece. So Proust's texts begin with something tangible, which is in the environment of the narrator, and then it triggers the most unexpected associations that brings the reader on a totally unexpected flight path to an unforeseen plane of existence, and that is how this piece is actually built. I will not read all of this aloud, but this annotation tells us about the experiments which uncovered that humans have a latent ability to learn echolocation, like navigate environment, interpreting sounds reflecting from the surfaces, like bats. So that could be invaluable to blind people. And I shifted the analogy with navigating my own inner blindness and recovering things that were hidden by the other me from an hour ago. And I interpret those two instruments as alter egos of each other, as they're mostly identical in range and can be brought very closely in terms of sound quality. The composition begins with a saxophone player standing alone on the stage and playing a single key click and freezing for 10-15 seconds and then audibly lifting the keys. That's all that happens for like 20-30 seconds of the piece. And it creates a tension for the player and incentivizes the listeners to scan for any possible sonic events. This brings the audience into a similar state as trying to navigate in the darkness using echolocation. And the material picks up the pace extremely slowly by alternating between pitched key clicks and audible lifting on of the keys. And viola player at some point enters the stage by imitating the sounds of the saxophone. And then they start playing together. Eventually, a transformation begins, and some of the pitched key clicks are being substituted by slap-tongue multiphonics and bringing more and more pitch content to the soundscape, and the image shifts from being pseudo-environmental to being more musical. It draws on the analogy of the Proust-like shift from being a representation of environment to being an interpretation of subjective associations and emotions. And therefore, ever since the rehearsal mark E, it's no longer about echolocation, but about personal struggle. And this piece proceeds as a string of different emotions, like sadness, fragility, frustration, and etc. But their manifestations are not dictated by extra-musical source, but by the structural potential of the sonic material and possible connections of different textual elements with different extra-musical ideas. And timbral features here can become catalysts not only for the sonic development, but also for the direction in which the shifts between textual, extra-musical material, extra-musical ideas take place. We can see like this air sounds and playing on the bridge being associated with fragility, then they get mixed with some very faint pitches that get reinterpreted as flashes of memories, and like this lowest notes of the instruments played pianissimo, like get an analogy of looking into the inner void, and then they become reinterpreted as loud notes being as a symbol of frustration, and silent teeth on reed like being moments of stillness. But suddenly these teeth on reed get super loud, and then they burst into headache-inducing madness. I don't think we have time for listening. I don't want to disrespect anyone, so my short conclusion here is that the extra musical source can be much more than just an inspiration. It is a structural catalyst which reshapes how musical material behaves and how form emerges. In this sense, composing becomes less about constructing a predetermined structure and more about discovering how different domains sound. Gesture, image, thought can synthesize into something new. That doesn't mean it taught me structure, and I obviously still suck at this, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas. I think your presentation followed your last statement. It had the structure that is, you discover yourself through the paper. Oh, all right, we have time for questions and comments. Please, your case. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Stupid YouTuber.
Monetization?
You have to excuse me, but it's a nerdy question, technical one. Is the snare amplified? Because those are very subtle textures. Like
what?
The snare.
The snare.
Is it amplified in a live concert? Like, do you intend to work with subtle textures as part of the piece? Because obviously when it gets loud. In other words, is snare physical actual sound also comes from the loudspeakers? Or is it just electronics?
It's a very good question because I don't know. This piece was performed during a lockdown, and the only time I heard it, it was an hour before concert on a YouTube stream. So that's the only version that exists.
Would you amplify it?
Maybe? Yeah. The initial idea was to play live electronics, and thank God I did not do that. Yeah, so it wasn't viable.
Another question.
Hello, well done. That was very good. I really liked your notion in Finnis's work that the material he's using is becoming sort of extra music.
Yes.
And I think, like most of us, there's some of that in your music that I can see in Lakanen's music, obviously in some of the notation techniques you're using. But also I think if you look at his like piano concerto or that, I think it's his clarinet concerto that uses tiny snippets of tape parts from Mozart's clarinet concerto, you can see that there's like those things he's using. I think the piano concerto
not really thinking about using any kind of musical material. I admittedly borrowed some of the key clicks and key lifts from Aiste's piece. That was a really the sonic inspiration that really really sparked my fantasy when I first heard it. But I never intend to refer on any kind of other music. I just want to express myself through sound. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we had one question. Yes, please. Behind you.
So, what made you choose a recursive subject, the writing about the art of writing?
Oh, it sounds intriguing, actually. I started sketching some random textures on a paper, and I heard the sound, and I thought, hey, that could work. And then I had some hands-on session with the drum where I could experiment with it, and oh yeah, that's a good one. So it was just pure sonic inspiration.
Just short addition to that question. The eye on one of the mallets,
Yeah.
was it intentional?
Not by me. But it looked peculiar. Yeah, it's a Super Bowl mallet, so the drum's supposed to hum like an electronics part. So it was technical solution, but they had this kind of mallet.
Because immediately that creates, invites meaning creation.
Yeah, I did not intend that.
But visually. We're good? Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And now I'm inviting to the podium our last presenter, composer, musicologist, and a pianist, Maria Canepa from University of Music at Dortmund, Germany. And her presentation titled Non-Repeat, 3 case studies on non-linear live music practices. Please welcome Maria.
Okay, so thanks for having me. I'm going to talk today about 3 different pieces that I performed last summer or this summer. So this was a concert project in Detmold where we had some audience participation, some then my own game/virtuoso composition at the same time, and yeah, I played them. But these are very different approaches to non-linearity. And I also want to talk about what non-linearity is in general, what defines it. So instead of making some kind of a manual or listing or giving some exact definition on non-linearity, I am going to explain or showcase 3 different ways what it can be. So basically, non-linearity is a dynamic and evolving artistic practice that transcends between traditional boundaries. And basically here, this kind of way of thinking challenges the idea of authority because the authority of the work is very often shared between the composer, the performer, as well as in some cases audiences in the case of audience participation. So one of the reasons why I got interested in nonlinear forms was also that, as you know, I'm also a pianist, and the whole classical piano world or the whole classical music world is basically built on the concept of replicating something. So the best performance is very often one that that basically replicates the best an existing piece of music. It always goes from A to B, and very little variation is tolerated. And this was something that started to bother me at some point in my classical music education as a pianist, and I started wondering that what if we could challenge both the form of what constitutes a composition, and also how to perform it and whose composition it actually is. So basically, composers have nowadays been, or also previously, been interested in exploring alternative concepts of form. And for this, nonlinear forms can provide a good vehicle. Here is a picture of me playing my work, Climb, which is at the same time a nonlinear computer game, or inspired from the computer games, and a classical music virtuoso composition. So hopefully we will have time to watch a short presentation video of this. So what can constitute nonlinearity in music? So there are various ways. So there can be some influence of the audience itself on a varying degree and varying ways how it involves in the musical performance. And then it can be a collaborative creativity, as we were talking previously about this collaborative music making. So I think that this is also a very strong concept in the context of nonlinear music making as well. So nonlinearity is a very wide terminology, so it can encompass many forms, including generative compositions, aleatoric works, and interactive musical games, like my work, Climb, as we will see. So basically, these kind of works intentionally break the idea of traditional structures, such as sonata form or symphonies or something like that. So basically, the idea is to give more variety and more room for interpretation for this kind of works. So, impact of audience participation. So it of course depends on the composer or whoever creates the work to define on what degree the audience should have that power to get into the performance. So they can really be in charge of structuring the entire shape by different means of communication, or they can just give certain kind of more detailed, more subtle cues that then perhaps don't have as big of an impact in the final outcome. So, as mentioned, nonlinear music challenges the idea of a single composer who is in charge of the artistic entity. So instead of us having this sole genius who has brought up this kind of a masterpiece, and then the others are supposed to play it as according to the notation as accurately as possible. This is something else. This gives more flexibility to the form, and perhaps also helps to bring new audiences to classical music who normally would not necessarily be interested in it. I think this is very important for the entire classical music culture, that we get more kind of voices and more diverse audiences to it, instead of being a kind of a club for elderly people. So what we have here is a case study overview. This is based on a paper of me and my 3 colleagues from Detmold, from the University of Detmold, and our existing concert project from last summer. So here, as you can see in the picture, in popular music, audience's role in the performance situation can be very strong. So this idea that the audience is sitting quiet and doesn't react is actually something that, as we know, is more related to classical music, traditional concert hall experience, versus popular music concerts, for instance, where the audience is expected to kind of boost up the idea of the performance, and by singing, by clapping, well, sometimes even singing part of the lyrics of the songs if the lead singer forgets the lyrics. So one of these pieces that I performed last summer was Ludus Musicalis by Roman Haubenstock-Ramati. So this is a graphical score originally meant for school musicians. So basically it's just segments of different graphical notations, of which there are certain kind of explanations on the legend, but the instrumentation is relatively free. So what we did here was that we did not have a school orchestra yet, let alone another kind of an orchestra. It was just me, one of the student composers whose project this actually was, and then an electronic generation of this of the score, and we played as a kind of a piano duet together in interaction with this electronic generation of the piece. So at first it was pretty challenging when I looked at the piece to see what to make out of it. So just symbols. So we started exploring a lot and reading the articulation recommendations of the composer, and finally we came to this idea how to perform it, how to make it a feasible process. So to give the audiences an idea of something that goes forward, but is not like just a fixed kind of a piece. Here we had audience participation somewhat. So basically, because these are scores that you can play from different angles depending on which side of the music score you are looking at it. So I was looking at it from one angle and the other pianist from another one. And then the orchestral part was coming from, or the electronic part was coming from another part or perspective of the score. Then we selected from the voluntary participants people who could then bring the score to the very front of the hall and place it under a scanner in whichever way they wanted to. And then us musicians were supposed to then play from that perspective that the audience had defined. So that, of course, had quite an impact on how the piece would then come up to. Yes, so I pretty much explained the role of the audience. Then we had another audience participation piece. This case study 1+1 is 1 by Ruth Zechling. Here the audience had different way of defining how this performance will end up being. So here again these two student composers, master students, had made an electronic realization of this piece of the orchestral parts. So instead of having an actual ensemble, we had this electronic realization or interpretation of it, which actually very little sounded like the original instruments. So, and the audience could, by using different kind of colored sheets of paper, could show which part of the orchestra was supposed to be put up in the volume and which one was to be put down. And then, of course, for a pianist, it was quite interesting to navigate in this kind of musical form. So, so yeah, that's what we did. Then, the longest piece of this concert was my client for this clavier interactive system, which I mentioned. This is as said, inspired by the structures of modern-day computer games, where the avatar can take different kind of routes, and depending on where they go, the structure of the music score changes. So, and this piece is every time different when you play it. So even I don't know it when I start playing how it will be today, what pieces exactly one is going to play. So the thing is that this one has over 100 pages, the score, so the pianist needs to know all of them, but not all of them will be played in every single performance, and they might come in different sequences, and that there are randomized parameters in there that define then how the pianist is supposed to play, what kind of articulations and so on. So basically this is, there is a little story behind this. So basically it is, the storyline is the avatar's or the pianist's journey from the very bottom of a mountain to the top, and then in the meantime there are all sorts of little happenings or events that happen. So there are 3 macro compositions or parts, and each one of them has these little pieces included, and then depending on how the pianist plays, one ends up in different part of the mountain. However, we decided that when I was originally writing this piece, we decided that audience participation here might not work because it is at the same time, despite of its nonlinear form, it is supposed to be a virtuoso piano composition, disc clavier composition that the audience is supposed to perceive as such, as kind of a continuation of virtuoso tradition, and at the same time as a game, and that's why too much of the input from the audience could actually hamper that, and because it's already, how to say, undefined enough, the performance from the beginning on, so in order to keep some kind of a coherent structure there, I decided against actual audience participation here. However, the original version of this one does contain a smartphone app in which the audience members can then follow up the avatar's journey on the mountain, which event is which, how previous pianists have played it, and how it diverges from theirs, and so on. And this is one of these very rare occasions where it is socially acceptable to fiddle around with your phone in somebody else's concert. So what it is, so basically by employing nonlinear structures, compositions can break away from traditional forms and to allow performers and audiences to experience music in unpredictable and varied ways. Of course, for this, the performers have to have a certain kind of an attitude and also some kind of a level of practice that they are comfortable with this kind of an uncomfortability of not knowing exactly what's coming up, without it being an improvisation, but at the same time, they need to accept the fact that they don't know what is going to come. But at the same time, that is what makes nonlinear forms exciting. Of course, there is also another thing, the SOCA is 3, nonlinearity through audience reception. So basically, this is not so much about what the performers or composers are given for the audience, but how the audience takes and understands what is there. So for instance, in my colleague Daniel Zivis's piece, Triploration, this has been done in the metaverse universe. So it's basically here the participants do not have any kind of a physical performance, but they are completely in virtual environment. And depending on how you move there, where you go there, what kind of items or artifacts you encounter there, the experience and the reception of the piece will be different. So this is also one way of dealing with nonlinearity. So this Triploration is Damien Civis's work, and yeah, it is completely happening in online. So, as we discussed, the nonlinear forms are there to bring something more and new, more interesting for composers and performances, and also for the audiences. And of course, the musicians will need to develop more skills and understandings on how to deal with this kind of spontaneity. So other things related to this kind of concept is that then, of course, the composers have to find different ways, new ways of communicating for their performers and for their audiences what to do. And traditional notation is not always perhaps the most suitable means for this. So that's why many are using graphical scores like Halbenstop Dramatic, and then there are also such things as AR notation, in which you could use those VR glasses, and you would see objects, and then depending on the instructions there, you would need to play your instrument. So it is by that it is easier to showcase for the performers what kind of a movement, for instance, they are supposed to do on an instrument, on a percussion instrument, for instance. So one colleague of mine is also working strongly on AR notations. Then, of course, one can enhance this kind of performances with technology. Like mentioned, these student composers, they decided to make their own interpretations of these two pieces that we discussed before by making their own realizations of those with electronic means. And then, for instance, this audience participation was enhanced and done through that. So it was easier for them to control which layers of the orchestra should go down and which ones to come up, and then the live performer needs to deal with that. Okay, that was pretty much that, but I would still want to showcase you a presentation video of the climb, so you will see what it is about. Well, at least we are in the right website. So, here. Okay, so we get a nice advertisement on dental hygiene. Nice. It wasn't exactly my topic, but I mean it is important. So yes. Well, my father was a dentist, so yeah, it's kind of relevant. But he's retired. Okay.
Climb is a composition for disclavier piano and an associated computer. It's partly inspired by a computer game, partly by a classical composition. So exactly what the pianist plays might change each time they play it, as they take a different virtual route through the piece.
The underlying technical system of Climb, which we refer to as musicodes, has the ability to recognise particular musical motifs or fragments.
In Climb, the musical triggers do things like allowing the performer to choose which path they take up the mountain at the beginning, or to trigger the duets with the piano.
It then triggers an action that you've also predefined.
Some of the musical codes are musical challenges that are meant to be quite difficult to play, and perhaps the performer will manage them, perhaps they won't, and depending on whether they do or not, the piece progresses in a different way.
This is not really improvisation, because
all the fragments are pre-written. But then again, it's also not like a fixed composition where you would go from A to B, but it's like a puzzle that you have to put together yourself.
So Climb is made up of about 23 different small fragments or musical events that can be navigated through in different ways and in different orders. Some performances may follow one path through the piece. Another performance might follow a completely different path.
That's the flexibility of form, because this piece can basically take many different kind of forms in each performance. Also the aspects of gaming in a classical music context. That's also something that one doesn't see so often.
We're wanting to undertake a number of performances of Climb so we can chart the experience of many different audiences to understand how they make sense of such complex technologies in performance settings.
So this video was made in 2017 when I worked together with the Mixed Reality Laboratory of the Nottingham University. And since then, lots of time has of course passed. And this summer, we decided to launch this new research project on nonlinear compositions. And that's why we kind of resurrected this project. So the thing is just that with technological means or programs, it is problematic that there are always different updates coming, and that might actually stop it from working. So my colleague Davide Mauro did quite extensive technical explorations here, how to replicate some of these processes that run here in this piece, and then we performed that in this summer 3 times, and did this paper. The paper is with the same name, is publicly available in the proceedings of the Odeon mostly 2025. So in case you are more interested to hear about this project, it's just read it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions or comments, please. Aaron?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was hoping you could speak more about how you were initially so interested in nonlinear forms, and how since then has that changed your perception of more linear music?
As said, I had this idea for a long time before I actually started working on it, because I had a little bit of a problem with this whole idea of what classical music is, and how we are performing it, and what constitutes a classical music piece. And thus, I did my PhD about piano as a super instrument at the University of Oxford, and basically the idea of that was how to extend the qualities of piano, or not actually the instrument itself, so that there would be something like a super instrument, which you can define like this, that this is the particular instrument, but I treated it more like a kind of a concept. So how to extend what the performer can do. And this is kind of an extension of that. So because here it's not only the pianist that plays together with this clavier, but the point is to bring such impossible rhythms and parallel octave regions and all sorts of impossible stuff that a human pianist could never play. So that was the original idea behind this. But then I was, in the beginning, just thinking about a so-called music engine or something like that. But then, because there has been quite a lot of research on computer games and of flow and so on, then I figured that it would be a cool idea to combine together the idea of a computer game, or at least structures inspired from it, and this super instrument concept. So it's kind of a hybrid of these two ideas. So I do occasionally also play or perform normal music, but I'm also very interested in just challenging the idea of the form. And also I'm interested in generative systems. So for instance, now what I have most recently done in my artistic research has been sonification of environmental data and transforming it through computer-based analysis as rhythms and pitches and other parameters, and thus also drawing some attention on the importance of protecting especially our sea environments. So it's at the same time kind of musical activism, if you want to put it that way.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, we have a lot of questions.
I have two short terminological questions. The first one about this piece of Hauptstogrammatie. It's in this piece notation kind of graphic notation or musical graphic. It's two completely different way of reading this piece.
Well, that's true. I mean, we basically treated it as graphical notation, because there were also this kind of detailed descriptions what each of these symbols means.
Yes.
So in terms of articulation, for instance, so we treated it as such. But at the same time, I feel that this course basically enable both kind of reading for it. So it's a stance that a performer and the composers who did the electronic part will need to take. So they need to pick which one it is. So we took this perspective.
Yes, and the next question, if it's possible to find examples of non-linearity in the area of closed form, not open, not aleatoric music, in traditional form.
Well, I mean, there have been, for instance, musical games already hundreds of years ago, like C.P. Bach and Mozart were already writing such. So there you would use like a dice, and then depending on that, you would end up in different places. So that's more traditional music, of course, but game is part of this. But yeah, I mean, nonlinearity could also mean something else. So it can be like a super instrument. It can be also read in a different manner. So for instance, one could argue that these generative processes, so algorithmic processes, could also be seen nonlinear. Because, for instance, if I sonify some underwater sounds, that go through the analysis, then what comes out, even if the piece itself would be notated from the beginning to the end, however, a sea has no kind of a narrative structure, or nature has no structure. So in that sense, you could say that it could also be interpreted as a certain kind of nonlinear structure.
I think we had two more short questions, right? Roger and then Dominic. Okay.
I had kind of two questions, so that's three. One is the Abendstogrammatie score. Does he say that you can play that in any orientation? You said that the audience were rotating it.
Yeah.
He allows that, does he? Because I know Earl Brown, I think with December 1952, says that you can change the orientation of it. But Cardew's treatise, the score, 193 pages of graphic notation, he says must be read from left to right.
Well, there you could turn it around. I mean, that was also the decision of the composers whose project it actually was. But I suppose so. But yes, of course, it depends. If it's a score where you have to, where the composer has structured it so that you can either read it from here or here or here, but you can turn it around, the performance is of course going to be very different. But But yeah, I must say I'm not 100% certain, but I assume that the composers took care of that. I was just a pianist.
Yeah, I mean, Kaldew's score has no instructions whatsoever. It's just 193 pages and no instructions. But I don't think he would have wanted you to do that with it.
Yeah, that's of course...
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I don't know this album sort. I'm familiar with some of his scores, but not that one. But my other question was about improvisation, because you said musicians need to learn new skills. And what is the relationship between these kind of scores and improvisation? Because I'm thinking of works like John Zorn's Cobra, for example, which is a very complex network of instructions for improvisers. It's also a game piece in that sense. But it's meant to be improvisation. And then also George Russell's Voyager system, which is an interactive, improvised environment. And then the Abendstock Ramati, is that improvising, or where are the borderlines between what's a composition, a non-linear composition, and what's improvised music?
Well, there are, of course, in my opinion, different scales of so whether it's all improvised or whether it's structurally improvised, and there are so many variations there in between. So, for instance, with Abendstock Ramati, we did it so that that we explored what kind of articulations, for instance, we should do, what kind of textures, what kind of gestures. Also, we used some extended techniques on the piano, as well as preparations. So we took quite a lot of liberties in that sense, because originally it was meant as an ensemble piece, but at the same time it is very open about that.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting.
Thank you.
And Dominic. Well, then, wonderful. Thank you so much again for your presentation, Maria.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Well, so dear friends, guests, and colleagues, the conference Principles of Music Composing Phenomenon Synthesis has come to an end. And to reflect a little bit, so we had 3 days of intensive program featuring 24 papers that covered a wide variety of topics. The event also included 2 concerts, a concert of Čiurlionis piano cycles and an outstanding performance of new Lithuanian music with 4 premieres. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their insights and experiences with us. Also, I would like to thank the attendees for their active participation, questions, engagement throughout the conference. As you most probably know, the selected papers of the conference will be published in a separate peer-reviewed edition of Principles of Music Composing. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre and Lithuanian Composers Union for helping to organize this conference, and to the Lithuanian Council for Culture and Vilnius City Municipality for sponsoring it. And most importantly, I would like to express my gratitude to the people who organized this event and made it possible. So, first of all, Andrius Maslekovas for coordinating the events. Also, Paulius Prasauskas, Aiste Vaitkevičiūtė, Ignas Šaliūnas for technical solutions and for assistance in other cases. Thank you all. And of course, Rimantas Ineliauskas for being the brains and inspiration of the conference.
So, dear participants of the conference, I'm very glad. I would like to say a great thanks all of you, of all participants of this conference. And what I want to say, contribution of each speaker and moderator, in my opinion, deserves a great attention. I hope to see you all again in Vilnius next year. Then I would like to say a great thanks for all our guests for your contribution and ideas, impact in our conference. Thank you and good luck.
Well, and now please join us at the buffet and let's continue discussions and communication. Thank you once again.